AC, make sure stay out of trouble. Well, it's 9 o'clock. It looks like everybody is here on time, and as I noted earlier, so it feels like a lively energy in the room today. So that's great. It's really good to see everybody. It's been a minute since we met, and I'm grateful to be able to see you again. I'm glad we could come together again and talk about some important topics. We have a full agenda today. Come on in, grab a seat. Glad you're here. Why don't we start, as we always do, with just acknowledging who's in the room. We'll do some introductions. I know we've got some important guests today. We have one new member. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Chris Domaleski. I work for a group called the National Center for the Improvement of Educational Assessment. I have the privilege of working with the department for more than 10 years to provide technical support. And part of that is being honored to facilitate this task force. Perhaps I'll go around, start with Alan, and we'll go around the table. And please just say your name and your organization and your role, please.
Good morning. Thank you for being here on this Friday. Alan Burrow. I'm the Associate State Superintendent of District School Performance.
Paula Vanderford, Chief Accountability Officer. Thank you, Matt, for joining us to represent the K-12 attendance centers. I'll take this opportunity. John Farrell, will you stand up, please? Well, I should have started with Dr. Evans, but I think you all know Dr. Evans is our new state superintendent. But this is John Farrell. He's a new deputy that'll be working with workforce development. So he and his team, I see several of them, Marlon, Brett, there today to as we talk about the workforce piece, and then he'll also work with our districts that are in the Achievement School District and Districts of Transformation. So I wanted to introduce him. And Dr. McGehee, our state board member that is the chair of our accountability, our school performance subcommittee. So Dr. McGehee is heavily engaged in all the work that we do from our offices.
Christy Hovanitz, I'm a senior policy fellow for Excel and Ed.
Bradley Robertson, Superintendent of Oxford School District.
Robert Sanders, Superintendent of Hines County School District.
Stephen Hampton, Superintendent of Lamar County Schools.
Crystal Bailey, Curriculum Director of District Cisco Manor.
Raina Holmes, I'm a representative from Jackson County School District, principal of Bakeley High School.
Lawrence Hudson, Superintendent of Western Pine School District. Ryan Kirkendall, Chief Accountability Officer of DeSoto County School District, and also is LEA rep for National Performing Education Statistics.
Terry Marshall Jones, representative of Greenville Public, middle school principal.
LaVonda White, Director of Accountability, Accreditation, and Assessment at Franklin County School District.
Alicia Connolly, Marion County School District, District Instructional Specialist.
Lindsay Brett, Lake County School District, former principal, and just transitioned to Director of Community Partnerships and Middle School Curriculum.
Matt Thompson, Director of Accountability, Union County School District.
Rick Pazak, Director of Assessment Accountability, Madison County Schools.
Latoya Blackshear, Director of Planning and Evaluation, Data and Accountability, Jackson Public Schools.
Jermaine Brown, Hattiesburg, Director of College and Career Readiness.
Tim Scott, Director of Accountability Services here at MDE.
Always really impressed and humbled by just the tremendous amount of expertise and leadership we have in the room. So thank you very much for being here. Dr. Evans, did you want to say anything before we get started? I'd love to give you an opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I just want to thank you all for being here, especially on Friday, because I know it makes your Friday afternoon much longer, getting back home, so for your weekend to start. Over the years, I think you all know that the work that this group does is some of the work that is the most publicized work that we do in our state. It also has some of the farthest reaching grasp as far as on what happens in Mississippi as far as assessment. Because we all know Mississippi is very much so driven by assessment. You know, we believe in measuring what we do. To inspect what you expect. So as we move forward with this, we are trying to find better ways to measure everything that takes place, the positive things that take place in Mississippi, but we always have to keep our eye on the academic piece. We can never take our eye off that. It is what got us here and what will continue to keep us here, and the work that we will always have to maintain our focus on. But there are other pieces that things are, other things that are happening in Mississippi that are very important to the development of the entire human being. That's, our goal is very simple, to create a productive member of society. It sounds very simple, but the work of getting there is very complicated, because we know how the world is today. We're battling against many outside forces we have to provide support for our students with. But we also have to constantly remember not just our students, but our teachers. Because when that door shuts, they're the ones that make it all happen. That's what I tell people all the time. Where the rubber meets the road, they're the ones that make it happen. So thank you so much. One last thing. Through this accountability reporting season, I know that there's been some bumps in the road. I should be honest, there was like some huge potholes. The rim on the tire got bent, so it was very much so resembles some of the roads here in downtown Jackson. So I just want to say thank you so much for your support during that time. And I know it's not just support, a lot of you put in work to help us. But in the end, we're very pleased with the results that we ended up getting out to everyone. We know they're accurate. But just know that Dr. Vanford and her team worked a tremendous amount of hours. And I'm not just on weekends, during holidays. Her team was putting in the work. So thank you all so much for that. Thank you for being here.
Before we get started, I would like to recognize a couple of special guests that we have today that have just walked in. We have the Vice Chair of the House Education Committee, Kent McCarty, and the Speaker's Education Policy Advisor, Cole Butler. Did I get the title correct? Back with Holly Spivey, who you all know is our legislative liaison here. So we've been working very close with representatives at the Capitol, within the Senate and the House, Education, as well as the Speaker's office. So they wanted to come today and be part of the conversation, or hear the conversation. Thank y'all for being here.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Evans. Thank you, all our distinguished guests and members of the task force. We're really honored to have you here today. And as I mentioned, we've got a packed and important agenda, so we won't delay in getting to it. Let me just scan the agenda. I'll remind everybody a little bit of our kind of rules for how we operate, and then we'll get right into the content for today. In just a moment, I'll turn it over to Mr. Burrow to provide some updates from the department, some of which Dr. Evans forecasted, I think. We will, again, we'll stay flexible with this. I don't know that the updates will take us all the way to break. We'll probably start in with our readiness conversation, which we really believe we're fine with that taking all morning long if we need to. I think that's the most substantive thing that we have to talk about today. We have multiple discussion questions, and so stay flexible with us. We can go all the way to lunch with that. I think we can recover time if we do go a little late. With accountability weights, we want to talk about the readiness component first, because I don't think we can make judicious decisions about the weights unless you have a very good idea of what the characteristics of the indicators are. So we want to make sure we start with that. We're going to go back to the conversation that we started in previous meetings on weights. And then we're going to end with an acknowledgement of the process and timeline moving forward. And as with all of our topics, plenty of room for people to weigh in and contribute to the ideas that will be proposed today. We'll conclude, as we always do, with a call around robin, where folks will be able to give us any thoughts as we depart about what topics in particular should be prioritized for future meetings. So that's how we propose to spend our time today. We will feed you lunch and we will adjourn by 3. So other than that, I can't really promise how much we're going to stay on the time schedule there. As I think folks know, the purpose is to help the department make good decisions about the design and implementation of the school accountability system that is established to fulfill the requirements of the Every Student Succeeds Act. And with this group, as veteran members will certainly recall, we focus on identifying policy priorities and identifying decisions in support of those priorities. It's a little bit different than, say, a technical group or an operational group, although sometimes we touch technical and operational topics in service to identifying our policy priorities. We take your feedback as recommendations to the department, and I think members of this task force know that we're one among multiple sources of advice that the department gets with respect to accountability, but I'm always quick to say a very influential source of advice. So we take your feedback very seriously. I won't linger on this longer than I need to. I know we have one new member, so I don't want to completely overlook this. But we've got a very strong tradition of following the group norms that encourage everyone to listen actively and attentively, ask for clarification. We want everybody to be heard without interruption, receive courteous feedback. We know that the topics we talk about can be contentious, and there's going to be different points of view. That's not a bug, it's a feature. We want people around the room that have different perspectives and to share that perspective. And we believe by allowing those perspectives to be heard, that we can focus on where we have some shared understanding, where we feel like we've got a unified voice, and we try to make those decisions based on consensus whenever we can. So we don't operate in Robert's Rules of Orders, and it's not overly formal. I like to think of this more as a working group, a group that is not shy about rolling up their sleeves and leaning into conversations very organically, as opposed to a much more formalized process. But if we have to take votes, we will. And in the past, we've done that from time to time when we don't have a consensus view. And part of that is an acknowledgement that if there is a dissenting opinion on a topic, that we want to make sure we understand the nature of that dissent and the rationale for it. And we'll document that along with the majority opinion. And then I think I've covered the rest of this. I probably just need to remove that bullet about disclosing confidential information, because this is a public meeting and we're not going to give you confidential information. All right, I will turn it over to Mr. Burrow to lead us through accountability updates.
Okay, and I'll share this opportunity with Dr. Vanderford as well. There are a few things that we wanted to kind of update the group on. First of all, you might have noticed that you got preliminary accountability results a little early this year. We're doing our best to automate a lot of our processes to get accountability results out to districts as soon as possible. And we felt comfortable enough this year that we could do that a week early based on our timeline and our experience from last year. Certainly MSIS 2.0 is going to help us going forward, we hope, with expediting assessment and accountability results. But this year we're going to get those results out a week early. So the board meeting was moved up to September 17th, which is a Tuesday, and we'll have final accountability results out at that board meeting September 17th. So we anticipate, so we've had a fairly smooth review so far. There's a few minor changes that we know that we're going to need to make in acceleration primarily, and that's not unusual. Acceleration courses and certifications and the sorts of things change every year. So we know there's a couple of adjustments that we need to make to some courses that were included that maybe shouldn't have been, or vice versa. And then there's a slight issue with a growth calculation in high school, where a student banked a score in a prior year but didn't meet FAE in the current year. They're still being included in growth calculations. So that's a limited group of students, but we do need to make that adjustment. So we're planning to put out a next round of results on Monday that will update with those changes. Thank you again for the work that you do in the districts to help us review accountability data files. It's a complicated process, and there's a lot of different data elements that feed into it. So we appreciate your help on that. And then we will get final accountability results out to the districts before we do the embargo press release. And I don't know that I have a date on that yet, since the board meeting is on Tuesday. It's going to be a little different this year.
And they haven't scheduled, there will be a commission meeting that they will set the date for a special call. But last year we started where we had the commission meeting like at 8:30 before the board meeting, and that worked really well. So we plan to try to set the date for the CSA on the 17th too. It's just, since the vote was yesterday, we haven't had a chance to get all of that resolved.
Okay, so we were going to talk a little bit about the spring administration equating issue, just to kind of give some background on that, in case any of y'all have not followed that or privy to all of the technical requirements that go into these equating processes. And I certainly don't have the technical expertise to discuss it in much detail, but I can help maybe answer some of your questions in regard to what happened. So as you know, we have different test forms, and those test forms can change from administration to administration. And then what our vendor is charged with doing is equating those test forms each year to make sure that they are equivalent to all the other forms that are used. And then we have approved cuts that our TAC reviews and establishes for performance levels based on these equating processes for these different test forms each year. My understanding, there was a couple of different problems this year in the processes that occurred. And correct me if I misspeak on any of this. Dr. Domaleski has been deeply involved in the process of reviewing assessment data and helping us with this problem that we had this spring. But there was some problems with establishing those cuts based on raw scale to scale score conversions that occurred and did not follow the recommendations from the TAC that were established back in the fall, I believe. And then there was another issue involved with the way that their system processed different types of questions on the assessment that have maybe some questions have 1 point associated with them, some have 2 points. Am I on the right track here? Okay.
Doing great.
And their system did not appropriately accommodate those different test types when they were assigning scores or calculating raw scores for the assessments. So those are the two main issues that I'm aware of. Am I missing anything?
Yeah, it boils down to, I mean, there's sort of three critical things that have to happen well in order for the scores to be accurate. The calibrations for the items have to be accurate and accurately drawn from the bank. The equating, which Alan mentioned, is the statistical process of creating a comparable scale, and the scaling, which is the process of taking a metric that, I'm trying to think of a way to say it in the most accessible way. There's a way that the test is scaled before it gets translated to the scale that you're familiar with, and translating those two metrics is another piece that requires it needs to be executed as according to procedure. So, Alex, I think you've described it well. There were issues with various parts of those components that I just mentioned. I think it's something the department put their finger on early, and the contractor was called into service to address it.
And, you know, we certainly recognize, first of all, it's not easy to switch vendors at the last minute, and that was not an easy decision to make. And, you know, it's also disruptive to the districts, and we recognize that. You now have to use a different platform for 3 through 8 math and ELA, and but it was something that we had to do. You know, we need to hold our vendors accountable to the contracts that they have with us and the services that they provide. So we appreciate y'all's grace on transitioning in this, and that, you know, that we'll have DRC cover all the the assessments related to the cancellation of that contract. Do you want to build anything?
Well, just, I stepped in. Let me say thank you to Representative McCarty. He has provided coffee and muffins for everyone.
Nice.
Thank you. So just make yourself at home if you want to get up and get coffee and a muffin. So I've had several questions about why we selected DRC. So we do have precedents for a scenario such as this. Years ago, we terminated the science and U.S. history contract with Pearson as a result of an error that also resulted in students not graduating that should have been eligible to graduate. And at that time, Questar was a new vendor under contract, and so since we already had an established relationship with them and a contract in place, Questar took that for a one-year emergency while we could release an RFP and compete it. And then as a result, I mean, Questar submitted, but DRC won that contract. So knowing that districts were somewhat familiar with DRC's platform, with the science and history, we just felt, and we had established relationship with them, that it was the best opportunity for us to do that. So we remain under contract with NWEA for the MAP-A assessments. There were no errors in those files, so we just didn't feel like we could justify terminating that contract. And as you know, this year is year 10 of 10 would have been both contracts with NWEA. And so we do have an RFP that the draft is currently with ITS that will be released, and it does include MAP and MAP-A, but it would allow a vendor to subcontract for a shelf product for MAP-A if that was part of their proposal. But it's been our goal for several years now in conversation that when these contracts did expire, to release a RFP for one vendor for all 4 content areas. So we'll get to see what that is like. We think it's going to be easier for districts as well as the agency, reduce the amount of meetings and so on and so forth that we'll experience. So DRC's been great to work with, and we were holding our breath as to whether or not they would provide the services for us under emergency, but they did agree. So we're looking forward to working with them.
Does anybody have any questions about this coming up? Administration? Follows me. Okay.
So I had one, I'm sorry.
All right, great.
So, and I guess with DRC taking on the ELA and MAP, the reporting, the way in which the reports come out will still be the same? Because that's, I would say, the one thing I would hate, the reports that we did receive from NWEA in terms of the summary.
The student
Standards,
score
yeah,
reports?
all of that. And I know we get the individual score reports, it's not that.
Okay.
But like the standard summary analysis, all of those reports that are embedded in NWEA were very helpful to districts, especially I know us, and I was just wondering, what would that look like? Or, you know.
Well, and we've had some questions around that from other individuals in the field. What we did do in our initial conversations with DRC is they agreed to take up the same scope of work that NWEA had, but we did have to agree to providing some flexibilities that we mutually agree upon. And so we are concerned as you are, but like we are just open to conversations with them. I mean, I think they're willing to do anything that they can as long as it doesn't impact the timeline and the delivery of the assessment. So we worked through there's always a challenge. We own the intellectual property from previous contracts, but you know, there's always challenges in the transfer of that and the files and platforms and et cetera, and how easy. So if it's the smoother that goes, and the easier it is to roll out and prepare and have the forms ready, I think the more they will be willing to do. But we just can't sacrifice the delay in the administration. So we'll be working through those and try to keep everyone posted.
But if you can, if you could, email me those elements and those reports that you specifically would like to.
Very helpful.
Then I can pass that on to DRC and say, this is what we're looking for.
But we can make a commitment. We're going to try to do everything, but we have to just keep in mind that this is only like a one-year emergency contract, and they may not win the RFP and be our vendor moving forward. So we've just agreed to be reasonable with our ask, knowing that this is for 1 year.
Not to speak for LaToya, but I think what she's getting at, because I've been asked the same question, DRC only does strand average reports, and people want standard analysis reports. I think that's what we're referring to here.
Yes.
And then the second thing, I want to make sure I heard you correct, because if so, that's just great news. So all 4 subjects for MAP,
MAPA, all of that's part of one.
RFP, yes,
That's great
yes.
news, thank you.
And we've, like, it's, you know, will just be optional for, a shelf product or for that vendor to subcontract MAPA for the development or for a shelf product. But we really, because we also work with ACT, and then we also have a vendor for, it's out as, in competition now through the RFP process for ELPT. So with the limited number of assessment staff and the vendors, I mean, it requires weekly meetings, planning meetings, you know, evaluations of contracts. And so it's just, we think it will streamline the process and be more efficient for all of us.
Do you want to speak to the next one? You probably.
Well, so, no, not really, but, as you know, we've had the RFP for the kindergarten readiness assessment out for quite some time, and it's been we had a change in purview from PPRB to ITS, and so this was the first RFP that had been released through ITS for an assessment, so they had to get their processes in place. So it was a delay. The previous vendor did not win the RFP, but went through some of the protest procedures or post-procurement review and protest procedures, which we were not very familiar with. I mean, ITS certainly has those in place, but they're different and take a little longer than what we were accustomed to with PPRB. So saying all of that, we did not get a contract signed with iStation until yesterday. So the training that was held a week or so ago with MDE staff and our literacy coaches, we had to do all that under a PO without a contract, and we had that threshold. So what the training that's occurring this morning via webinar, that's also under that threshold that we have that of work that we can perform without a contract in place. So the window will open on Monday. The window will be open for 30 days. There will be, you know, of course, no penalties for the fact that we're just later in the window. And so we're trying to provide as much flexibility around that as we can. But we're glad that it's resolved and that we have a contract in place, and look forward to working with the new vendor.
All right, so one of the things we want to touch on, you may have heard about our 1% participation concerns on MAPA assessment. So the state is, let me step back. So I believe it was 17-18 was the first year that there was enforcement by the U.S. Department of Education on this 1% cap for alternate assessments. And that is that students, no more than 1% of the state's population should be participating in the MAPA assessment. We received a waiver the first couple of years that occurred. And the expectation from the U.S. Department was that we show progress in reducing that participation rate on MAPA. Unfortunately, the state did not show progress. Rather, we went in the wrong direction on our participation rate on MAPA. And so that led to some more, enhanced review of the department and some technical assistance requirements to the state around this participation rate on MAPA, right? Last year it was 1.7, this year it's going to be 1.8. We're still moving in the wrong direction. We need to at least show progress in going the other direction. So we have had to work with NCEO, the National Center for Education Outcomes, for technical assistance. We had a meeting a couple of weeks ago regarding this, trying to look at ways that we as a state can address the concern, the problem. And then when we released assessment results yesterday at the board, we had a section about MAPA and the 1% participation problem. So it got a little bit of media attention yesterday. Main thing to know is that, we are working with U.S. Department of Education on the issue. We're going to try to raise awareness around this piece, which is one of the reasons why I had it on the agenda today. And the department's doing several things to try to look into, ways that we might address the problem and be responsive. The main thing is that we're responsive to the requirements of the U.S. Department, and that we don't continue to move in the wrong direction. And I just included a little slide from when we met with NCEO during our technical assistance, and I'm sure it's a little difficult to see on the larger screen, but there's a little red arrow over there to the right, and it says Mississippi, or it says MS, so that's where we are on this table. That blue line across the bottom there is the 1% mark, which is where we need to be, and each of those little marks along the table there you see are states. So we're not in this by ourselves. There's about 20 states that applied for a waiver this past year. 12 were approved and 8 were denied. Mississippi was one of the 8 that was denied. Primarily, as I mentioned, because we're moving in the wrong direction. So that little blue box was kind of the baseline year, 2016-17 is where we were. And then the red one, the green one was where we actually showed progress. In the second year, we dropped down on our participation rate, and then the red box, we moved back up in 21-22. Any questions about that? Thoughts, feedback?
Can I just say one thing, last thing I'm going to say? So this has been an ongoing issue for, since like the last 7 or 8 years. And it's an issue that we would like to put to rest, if you will. And it's a challenge because of the regulations associated with this particular area. You cannot deny a student their ruling, but at the same time, you can only test 1% of the students in your state. So the fact of whether or not we think 1% is fair or 2% should be fair is really irrelevant at this moment, because we have to operate within the parameters that are set forth. And what you'll find over the course of this year is, the way I see this assessment, their role in this is ensuring that the assessment is given correctly and the information is reported back to the districts correctly. It's purely an academic and a SPED piece on the other side. So that is I have very clearly divided those two roles in this whole process. So it's important that the department, and they have, we've actually already, Dr. Boone has already started working to ensure that we have that increased training, if you will, for our SPED directors, and also our DTCs, because that training piece is very important as well. So, and Dr. Boykin is also obviously a huge part of that, but making sure that we drill down to the point where we are ensuring that the students that receive that ruling, if you will, that label, that's accurate, that they do meet those qualifications, but then also ensuring from a quality control standpoint that our entering them into the testing system is done correctly as well, so there's no duplication or anything like that. Because sometimes, we create hurdles and roadblocks ourselves that we don't realize we're creating. So if you would, I say all that to say, please, when you go back to your districts, express how important that it is that we get this thing put to rest, if you will. Because the bottom line is, if the accurate percentage in Mississippi is 1.4%, when we know the quality control pieces are in place, then we'll just have to deal with it. Or if it's 2%, whatever it is, we'll have to deal with it. But we just want to make sure that we get it drilled down, if you will, to the point where we know that everything is very accurate. Because we don't want to be doing something that's causing us a headache, self-imposed headache, if you will. So I wanted to say that, because that's a huge issue that we're dealing with. That, those of you know me, I don't like the problem. I like to fix it. If it's a problem, I want to fix it. So that's obviously the department's ready to do it. We can't do that without your support, your help, and adoption.
And so we'll try to share through the DTC on the assessment side, with our training, some of the best practices that we have received from some districts that participated in our technical assistance with NCEO around how they ensure, how we had talked to Ryan. I mean, one of the things the Department of Ed asked, like, what's your largest school district and what's the percentage that does your largest school district test? And that's DeSoto County, and they test 1%. So we had asked, but they were unavailable because it was the startup of like onboarding of teachers, the beginning of school here. But we will certainly, work to share best practices, but we've worked very closely with Deborah and her team in OTSS. And to Dr. Evans' point, we did identify in the data files, I mean, prior to the assessment, it was a little late. Some districts had already tested, but like students that in high school were retesters that should not be testing because they had already had a passing score or proficient score on the assessment, so there's no need for them to reassess. Students that were testing that were not enrolled in the course. We found students that were in MSIS that did not have the SCD indicator that were testing. So we will certainly improve our monitoring efforts when we're on site doing our annual test security evaluations. We'll ask that the districts have and schools have the student's IEP and all of that information available for review. So we're just, as Dr. Evans said, both offices are just kind of having to take a look at all of our processes, our procedures, our training materials to see how we can improve our processes to help the districts improve theirs. So.
I think one of the things that Alan mentioned that I'll just amplify is as you can see, there's a lot of states in this boat. I mean, just one need only look at the number of dots above the blue line, right? There's a lot of states in this boat, but moving in the right direction is where the feds are going to really look to when they're evaluating these waiver requests. And I think from their policy interest is, if you're above 1% and you're continuing to grow, that's where they tend to draw a line. And so I think showing that the department is plateauing and decreasing the number above 1% will be massively important.
And they approved our waiver. I mean, the law went into effect in 2015, and I think the 17-18 school year was the first year that states applied for waivers. We did. It was granted. The following year in 18-19, applied for a waiver and it was granted. And then following the pandemic, when we submitted for the waiver, that's when we've been denied consistently. But we are moving in the wrong direction. And they will not give us a number. I mean, they're not saying the state has to get to 1%. They just said we need to come down. And I think at a national meeting, they indicated somewhere around 1.3, 1.4% may be tolerable, so, but we just got to make some improvements there.
So that's those are our updates. Is there any questions or comments before we move into our first topic?
Alan, you said in the acceleration there were some courses that were counted that shouldn't have been, and then you said vice versa. So were there some that were missing that should have been counted?
Well, there was a certification. I think it was early childhood certification that was not included, and then it looks like we're working on is it unmanned aerial? Okay, we're working on that one because it's like a 2-year program, and the test is in the second year. It looks like the first year course got pulled in. So anyway, not a big change or big impact to the state. I think it's just isolated. It's going to be.
All right, great. We will forge ahead and discuss readiness. And if, again, you should speak up if you have another preference, but I'll keep my eye on the clock, and maybe around 10:15 we'll stop for a break. Obviously, if people want to break before then, please do what works for you. I understand there's coffee and treats in the break room there, so that might be calling your name. That's totally understandable. And there's 4 discussion questions around readiness, so that'll give us some natural breakpoints here. So just to help everybody come up to speed on where we are, because it's been a while since we met, and we have some folks that are newer to the discussion in the room. In previous meetings, we've discussed whether and how the college and career readiness should be reflected in the state accountability model. As I think most of you know, the current model includes both acceleration, which incentivizes advanced course taking, and college and career readiness, which incentivizes ACT and WorkKeys performance. And our discussions heretofore have focused on combining those components and broadening the indicators. So I think what we were seeking to do is achieve more coherence and more breadth in our discussions about readiness. And some specific feedback that we've brought into the discussion is consistent with the last point. We want to prioritize models or approaches that have a broad range of measures. This group has voiced that we don't want to give more weight to test-based measures. I don't think there's been necessarily a reluctance to honor test-based measures, but just don't amplify its influence more than is already in the model. We want to consider approaches that offer some flexibility or choice within range, because I know we also want to privilege comparability. We want to differentiate performance to the extent that it's practicable. So if we have an opportunity to look at approaches that have some more, I'll call it along the way or graduated performance, as opposed to this dichotomous all or nothing performance, we would prefer the former in contrast to the latter. We've talked specifically about diploma endorsements being incorporated into the model. I think the next slide I'm going to share with you kind of where we are with the model we've been working on over the last few meetings. One particular piece of feedback that we heard is that we wanted differentiate earning a GED from a diploma, and that is further differentiated from some of these higher level endorsements. So that was a tweak that we made since you would have last seen it. And we want to ensure that there are academic and career diploma endorsements at the same level throughout. So we don't want to create a situation where you have an academic accomplishment, such as a distinguished diploma level, that doesn't have a corresponding career accomplishment that could also earn those same favorable points. So those were things that we've been discussing and have influenced the revisions and model work that we've been doing. And that gives rise to this model, which you would have seen before. I highlighted some specific elements that have changed. And let me just introduce it broadly again, just to help us set the stage, and then we'll talk about some of the specific components. So you see acceleration there in the top row, and you see that it is there's opportunities to earn from 0 to 40 points. You see achievement there in the second row. One of the things we did was differentiate between that GED or fifth-year graduate from a graduate, which is 20 of possible 40 points. And then moving along that row from left to right, you'll see, and this is going to be one of our discussion questions in just a second. So we'll go into each of these with some structured conversation. So I just want to let you know, if you're forming questions, I promise we're going to get there. There's a diploma with academic or career technical endorsement. Those two endorsement levels exist, so that's an easy marker to put and say those are two diploma types of similar rigor that earn a similar amount of points. Now there's also a diploma with distinguished academic endorsement, and what we're going to talk about today is adding some requirements to the career technical endorsement, so there's an opportunity for students to earn, and on that career track to earn the 40-point threshold. So that's another proposed change that we're bringing to you today for conversation. And then there's the assessment row at the bottom, from not earning a qualifying score to disjunctive ways to earn scores at 10, 15, and 20 points for a maximum of 20 points. So you see ACT and WorkKeys, and you see those thresholds move up as you go from left to right for each of those. And what we want to talk about more today is whether we want to keep ASVAB in there. That was something we didn't come to consensus on in the previous meeting, and that's something that we wanted to bring back to you. So right now it's still in the model, but it's there as a placeholder so we can continue to talk about it. But that's the overall sketch of the model. Dr. Vanderfer, Ms. Burrow, do you have any? And what, obviously, this is going to be on the table for us to talk about any and all of it that you find important to address. But the 4 questions that we propose to really dive into, because they represent areas where we know we need to pick up from previous conversations. One is about the ASVAB. Let me see if I can remember what the other 3 are. Another is about the way in which we're operationalizing point earning for acceleration. I know signals that students who pursue a military path, but that isn't a very credible and favorable choice, and one that we want to honor. Drawbacks, this came up in previous meetings. Might it proliferate testing? Might we see more testing occurring in the schools? I think we already have heard some voices saying that the amount of testing is pretty burdensome. And we always get into issues of comparability. Every part of this can inspire conversations about comparability, but we never want to have a situation where the accountability model sets up a lower level of rigor for one element to another, and that creates the word I'm thinking of is like an end run. We want students to pursue the college, career, military path of their choosing, and be well prepared to succeed and to thrive in that path. But we wouldn't want, for example, to dial back the rigor because we have multiple indicators that don't have comparable thresholds of performance. We've seeded ASVAB with some candidate thresholds, and I think it'd be perfectly acceptable for this group to recommend ASVAB and recommend further scrutiny into those thresholds. So I'm not necessarily insisting that that be something that this group has to wrestle with the ground today. But the thresholds that have been proposed here, you see those in the second set of sub-bullets. They're associated with thresholds that have been set by the Armed Forces Qualification Test. So you see the minimum threshold for Army, they call that Category 3B. The minimum for Army with a GED as opposed to a diploma. So if you don't have a diploma, you have a GED, you got to get a little bit higher score. And you see that. I think these are roughly intended to be associated with percentiles. So that 50 should be around a median or average performance on the assessment for all of the test takers. And then the AFQT sets up a Category 2, which they have a threshold of 65. So again, I realize that that's probably a separate empirical study that may need to take place outside of the task force. But I think the important question that we have for you now is, how are you feeling about ASVAB in the model? And if you have any advice in particular about the thresholds, we want to open that up for conversation as well.
And I have an additional question or thing to add to this conversation as it relates to the ASVAB. We have the new JROTC diploma endorsement. So the question would become, if we continue with the ASVAB in the model, then would we go back like to the previous slide, and then where we have the academic and career technical endorsement there for 30 points under achievement, would we also add the JROTC endorsement there if we're going to continue to recognize the ASVAB under the assessment category? I mean, that's just posing a question.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Dr. Vanderfer, because that's a candidate solution potentially to the issue of making sure that we're using ASVAB when you have a student who's on a military pathway. And one way to inspect for that is to see, does that student complete the JROTC endorsement? That's certainly a student who's expressed an interest in military service, and using their ASVAB scores might be appropriate in that situation, as opposed to another student who has no interest in the military, but just looking for another way to
I mean, I just think it kind of goes together
Yeah.
with that. And so while we're here on this slide, just as a reminder, like the ACT, I know there's like the conversation about whether we would substitute the ACT for our end of course assessments, and we're working through our study that we've been commissioned to do by the House and Senate ed chairs. But this is the ACT that we administer to all juniors, and then the business rules would remain the same, where districts could record a higher score if a student achieved it. And just a reminder, in the 20-point category, that's the Mississippi benchmarks, and then the 30-point category is the standards, the national benchmarks. Sorry for that
No,
interruption.
please tell me, that's very helpful additions. So we'd like to open up the ASVAB discussion to start with. What feedback does this group have about inclusion of the armed services test?
Well, to clarify, I mean, I'm not saying this means you don't do it, but I just want to make the statement, same statement I made when we started the work keys discussion 5 or 6 years ago. We are adding a test to every high school student eventually, if we do. Just want to put that out. That is happening. We can sit here and deny it, and we all know it's going to happen. So, now, I don't mean that means you don't do it. I'm just telling you we're doing it. So if we put it in, eventually, within a couple of years, every student, high school student, will take ASVAB.
What grade level? You know, some tests only affect students in some grade levels, some by 12th grade. So at what point will we start factoring in those scores when students start to take those tests is what I would want to know.
So that, right now, ACT and work keys, help me here, Mr. Burrow, that is that based on senior snapshot?
Yes, and
Okay.
it's the highest score certification earned through month 9 of the senior year.
Okay. So my expectation would be that a similar procedure would be used to check, so it wouldn't necessarily constrain that the ASVAB is taken in a certain grade, but there'd be a certain point at which you would explore whether or not that score exists for the student, and that would be based on their, would be based on the cohort at the, whatever month you said of their senior year.
To his point, and this point was made last time too, I don't know if this matters, but across the acceleration line, you know, that's annual. That's current year only.
That's what we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm glad
Yeah,
you bring
but
it
the others
up.
are
Yeah.
cumulative.
Yeah.
And back to his question, so how that works is interesting.
Yeah, no, you're right to put your finger on that. That's an important conversation. We don't know yet is the answer. Yeah. Need your advice on that.
So Ryan, I hear you, and my thoughts are this. I don't know what other schools, school district, high schools are doing, but for years in Hattiesburg, we've done a opt-in on the ASVAB for 11th and 12th graders. And we're testing maybe over 150 kids each year. So adding another test with me, you know, not a big per se.
A lot of people aren't doing that. So, and we can say what we want, but if you put it in there as an option, high school principals, and everybody's gonna, just like we had that work keys discussion where like, no, it's only gonna be the students who are thinking of career, how are we doing? But that's how it's gonna go. It's gonna all, it don't matter if you're, we know if you're academic, career, military, we're gonna test you on all three. That's gonna happen.
It also lends itself into your community partnership, because I know in our area, although the work keys piece came in, the district wasn't necessarily taking it and running with it. It became an issue with our workforce development. They began to get grants and then came into the schools and say, hey, we're gonna offer, I know in our district, they offered the kids $25 gift cards. So we ended up testing the full high school, because they wanted a $25 gift card. And then they ended up making the economic development area a work keys area. So you have those community pieces too we have to look at to see if they're going to end up manipulating the numbers as well.
So am I right to say that on the ASVAB, it's just blanket in general, or they have to have the JROTC for it to count?
I think that's a discussion point.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something we'd love to get advice on. If we decide that ASVAB should be included, I think we should address that. So,
'Cause that would alleviate some of your concern there. I mean, if it wouldn't count, unless they have a
So you're saying
JROT.
link them. Well, but I don't know how you link them. I mean, even if you do what Dr. Vanderford mentioned, because assessment's its own thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Only breaking the ASVAB
that's why I
versus
was-
work keys versus ACT.
Right, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Could that be done from just like a verification step or something?
How would that work for, of course, we have JROTC. How many school districts in Mississippi have JROTC? Would that be an inequitable thing to where you?
Right now, yeah.
Because you got a lot of school districts that don't have JROTC.
Correct.
Which wouldn't even have that option.
Correct.
To be able to do that if we were to link them. Which we have it, but you know, a lot don't.
She just made a good point. Right now, if we're gonna do this, well, for the career endorsement, these work keys only happen.
Yeah.
Right, well, that's
You know,
why
I mean, now
I
you're about to change everybody's.
We weren't to that
plans.
part
So
yet, but-
should we?
on that it says ACT Work Keys Gold with industry certification. That would be a change from what it is currently, correct?
Well, that's true.
So you could almost create, if you could mix achievement and assessment together, this is like changing it dramatically, but 3 lines. It's ACT or nothing if you're not career or military. It's work keys if you're career. And it's ASVAB if you're military. People aren't gonna like that. And I'm just telling you, if you create 3 lanes with an overlap, people aren't gonna like it, but there's some validity.
Is there some other, is there some other policy approach to say that districts, I wouldn't say districts, but schools cannot require students to take assessments that are not required under state law?
That's what, we were just talking, I mean, that's the
Well,
question
we got our policy
that-
guru right here.
Well, I mean, but that's what we were talking about outside. I mean, I understand that what Ryan is saying is going to happen, and then it could automatically convert to the state requires it if it's in the model, but
Is there a accreditation standard or something that
we
could say?
might could find a way
I mean-
to do that. I mean, it would be a district option. I mean, we try not to make policy based on the fact that there's unintended consequences for districts to abuse it. You know, you would not want districts to abuse it, but allow students
Work
that
keys
are.
is not required, and 98% of high school students currently take.
Right. I mean, we understand. I understand.
And isn't the ASVAB still a part of the concordance table?
It is.
Doesn't the military have to administer the ASVAB?
Yes.
So that kind of complicates things a little bit, because we can't actually administer it, so it kind of ties our hands a little bit on when it can be administered, whereas we can administer the work keys, we can administer all the other tests that are needed. So that could be a huge factor in.
That's an important point. That means, it implies that students have to opt in.
Mhm.
And there's
Yeah.
a fee
Right.
for the test.
As opposed to having an administration day at a high school. Yeah.
But,
So-
yeah, and I
We kind
think.
of serve as the proctor for them.
Right. And I just think the question, like, what I'm hearing is, like, the question just becomes if we recognize a student that's taking an academic pathway, and we're recognizing a student that's taking the workforce pathway, why would we exclude a student that elects to take the military pathway?
Yeah, but do we link them all together, like in distinct lanes? Is the question. Right now, these are separate, it's either or. It's any of the 3 for assessment, and it's any of the 3 or achievement. You can link the lanes together.
Folks.
Like you mentioned doing with that with the military.
Well, y'all mentioned access issues with ROTC. I think in the past, we've also mentioned even with career technical education, there's some challenges there too with some who have centers, some who don't have centers. But definitely, for your point about the ASVAB, you're very much dependent on a third party, which in some areas of the state it may be spottier than others.
I know we're not at the point where we're discussing any of the weights and all that, but just kind of how to just get it in.
Go ahead.
It does come to my mind that we're gonna run into a problem where, we'll have to adjust how this doesn't create a have and have not kind of system that then in the end becomes unfair because you will have areas that are not suited for certain of the avenues, whether it's the ASVAB or even with work keys as we have now. And so you have to be mindful of how this plays out, because you'll create an equity or an inequity that was just simply not what you really wanted to do. And so I'm thinking on that end as well, as we just, and so the question becomes, do we maybe put it in as some type of option that could potentially, I almost said bonus points. I know I don't want to say that.
I know.
But you
OIG does not allow bonus points. I think you all saw that in your preliminary data that you received with the
but I'm
cap.
just saying, if there was I don't know.
No, I get it. Actually, I'm hearing a tension here between, would this cause a proliferation of testing? And there, on the other side of the coin is there access to demonstrating all these opportunities? It sounds like for students who want to take ASVAB, they've been successful in finding opportunities to take ASVAB in the past. Now, I think the access issue, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, I think the access issue is probably more to do with if you couple it with like a JROTC accomplishment, that may be harder to come by. And that might inspire this group to say something like, well, maybe we don't constrain it to JRTC. Maybe it's any qualifying industry certification, just like what work keys would need to accompany an ASVAB score. Again, I just want to try to facilitate a good conversation here. I think this is thoroughly a policy choice, and I think that's why this group is well suited to advise on.
And I'm not advocating one way or the other. I do think, particularly the agency, will have to have an explanation if it's not included, why we have a traditional diploma option, an academic, a career, and a distinguished, as well as a JROTC, and we find a way to include all of them except JROTC. So how do we explain that?
Does it have to be both? Can you include the JROTC in the achievement? Do you have to include ASVAB in the assessment?
You mean include just JROTC, not ASVAB?
I'm just asking. Is it all or none?
Oh, no, I think that's a policy decision as well, too. I think the question
I'm just thinking
is-
from a test perspective, back to Dr. Domaleski's first slide. One of our missions here is not to add test or more weight to test. So that's why I'm making that point strong, because I've been here for a minute. I know what's going to happen.
Right.
But on the flip side, I'm not against it. I'm not telling you that means it's no. I agree with you. We need to have the 3 pass. I'm against adding testing.
Has anybody had any conversations with armed forces about?
Yes, they do want it.
They feel like they can handle administering however many?
It's been and there's probably others in the room that could speak more to it than me, but with the passage of the bill for the military families and some revision suggestions, it's been a conversation about placing a more emphasis on it, as well as just recognizing those students who have chosen this pathway. I don't think it's as much to, from the perspective that we've heard from the field, as pushing students in that direction, but if that's what they have chosen to do, to allow that as well.
And these are more technical things, but you made a great point that the armed forces are the ones that administer the ASVAB. Is there conversations around MDEs, administration protocols and all of those types of things? Are they willing to do those types of things, or is this a different setting to where it's more relaxed in an ASVAB setting, that there's not?
And I think those are all questions, that we would have to further conversation to ensure, but, ACT doesn't offer the same level of accommodations that our math assessments do. So, there's other situations where, we would have to take that into.
I think another concern is as we, and I know that this can all change, but as we have it proposed, are these equitable? Is ACT Work Key Silver, equal to an ASVAB 31? an ACT 17 on English and 19 on math people.
I was actually, had pulled up
'Cause-
ASVAB sample questions because I didn't know
Yeah.
what it looked like, so, yeah.
So going back to my point that there may be someone in the room that's more qualified to speak to that, Brett, do you have anything to add based on?
So, yeah, so I just texted Dr. Bamford and I said, here's one more thing to think about. There has been so, you know, we're part of the SWIB list, the SWIB group, Southern Workforce Investment Board. And they control all the national certifications. Of course, we have national service up here. We are part of the subcommittee. I am part of the subcommittee that reviews and has input on what certifications are added to that list. And recently, there has been discussion of looking at a JROTC certification. There's one through NOCTI. That is, it's kind of a career-based certification, but it is specifically through JROTC. So as that comes up over the course of this school year, should that make its way to the actual SWIB board and be approved, we would possibly be looking at the addition of a JROTC certification to the SWIB list. That students who are in JROTC would be eligible to take, and if they earn, well then now you're getting some points through the certification process as well on the assessment piece. So just another little thing to think about.
I knew there was someone more, that had more information than I did. Thank you.
And that may or may not happen, I don't know. We've got a meeting next week at Horizons Conference. I'm assuming it will come up then, but it's a process to do that. But if any decision is made by the SWIB board, it would not go in effect until 25-26.
May I ask you a question? Do
Yes,
you
sir.
know if what goes into the certification? Is it course grades? Is it assessment performance?
So I haven't looked at it a lot, and it's a specific certification through NOCTI.
Okay.
That, I mean, it's basically just like an assessment. It's like a test. I mean, it's just like a certification test, but it is based on JROTC curriculum.
Okay. Okay.
I'll look here.
Okay.
So let me we have a lot of MDE staff in the room, so let me just take this opportunity that if you have knowledge about something that's being discussed that Alan or me may not have, if you'll just stand or
Yeah, please.
and interject. I mean, that's why, thank you all for being here. I see Dr. Bain has walked in and.
What percent of JROTC kids go into the military?
Mine did. He went to JRTC. He's a welder.
The question, if anybody didn't hear it, is Dr. Hovitens is asking what percentage of students who complete JRTC, or I guess even participate in JRTC, end up going into the military? And I don't know if anybody here has insight on that. Please speak up. I don't know.
How many programs do we even still have in the state?
I have that somewhere. Let me find it.
Okay. But that comes up because.
Yeah, I guess my concern is, are we encouraging a path that doesn't lead to what we're expecting the student to do?
Right.
So are we encouraging kids to pursue JROTC, to pursue the ASVAB, but then not actually
In a career field,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I guess I'm wondering how those things play together. So if I were to look at it and include it, it might be looking at it from the perspective of they have a signed acceptance letter from the military. That's their path they're choosing. But I don't want to present an option that puts them on that path, that they don't actually pursue it.
And in all honesty, even those schools who don't have JRTC programs, when they invite the representatives to come in, sometimes there's often a surge that way, and you have those that are actually the JRTC or not in JRTC go in because of that. The money, I hate to say it, end of the day, that's what it comes down to. If they're needing to go ahead and pay for school, and you offer that to them, and the parents say take it, then that's the route. So I think there are other, there are major factors as it relates to JRTC and ASVAB part than there is to Word Keys in my eyes from what we've seen.
Yeah, and
There are factors about
taking your point further, there are a lot of kids that don't have the JROTC diploma, but may enlist anyway. So I guess I'm looking at ASVAB is if it is something that we want to include, that it should be accompanied by an acceptance letter. I mean, that's their path.
So was the original intent of including the ASVAB to just show that students have been exposed to a different pathway that they otherwise wouldn't choose? Is that what, on a very elementary level, was that the whole purpose of including the ASVAB?
I think it was more about honoring students who are already making that choice as a choice that stands alongside other choices, choices to go to college, choices to pursue career accomplishment. So, and again, we could imagine a student who's interested in the military, is well qualified to thrive in the military, has shown that through assessment and through course taking, and we would want to say to that high school, well done, that student received strong preparation under your care for their career choice. But of course, what we want to avoid is for that to be just sort of open up, new ways for, again, I can't think of one way to say it nice, but just new ways to try to get points.
Right.
Because that's not the
Yeah,
point of the
no.
accountability system, is not supposed to
Right.
be just creating ways to get points. It's supposed to create incentives for students to improve their outcomes in life. Yeah.
And the rationale, like, some of the rationale that I've been part of the conversations, it's like just recognizing all three, the enrollment, the enlistment, or the employment, like valuing all three of those options.
I think that's the spirit of what we're trying to do, and I think that's everybody's, that is the spirit. And I think that the only way to accomplish that is we tie enrollment to ACT, you tie certifications to career technical, and you tie ASVAB to enlistment. Otherwise, it's going to happen just like Ryan says. If we don't do that, and I know that's very complicated, but if we don't do that, we got 320 seniors taking, or juniors taking the ASVAB, 320 juniors taking the work keys, 320 juniors taking the ACT.
Just so I understand, Superintendent, you're suggesting tethering each of those accomplishments to evidence. So college enrollment, some kind of career certification in a military.
Well, the reason I say that's just what Paula said, right?
Okay.
And if I have a student that is going to be a, I don't know, chemical engineer, right? And is enrolling in a four-year university, I think we would agree probably the path for that child as it means going to college, so on and so forth, the metric that's most important is probably how they performed on the ACT, right? If there's a child that's going to enlist in the military, then maybe the most important metric is the ASVAB, so on and so forth. Otherwise, it's going to be this, and again, that's very complicated to be able to do. Just a
Donna, did you have?
Dr. Bamford, I just wanted to mention too, when Brett mentioned NOCTI and that the SWIB board is considering it as part of the industry service, we did place that on the diploma as one of the JROTC endorsement options. You could complete a dual credit course, a work-based learning experience, earn a national credential, which we'll have to go back and revisit this if it's added, have an IB, a Cambridge, or you could take the NOCTI, JROTC Leadership and Employability Skills Credential. So just think about that it's already tied in here.
That is the
SWIB
credential.
board. So just for conversation.
To answer your question, there are in 23-24, 60 school districts had a JROTC program for a total of 8,494 students. 60 districts, a total of 8,494 students.
I believe it should absolutely be added to the achievement line, no questions asked. The question is, if we're going to put it on the assessment line, are we going to do what we're talking about with Lincoln? You got to remember too, a lot of kids qualify for multiple endorsements. It's not just one that they technically qualify for. So you could have students who you can meet in any of the options on the assessment side because they qualified for every one of them. And so you have that too. It's not, there is some option there. my personal opinion, if we're gonna add ASVAB, we gotta go that direction, because if not, what he just stated is going to happen, and everybody in this room knows it. They just, whether you wanna say it or not. On the other side, if we, on the achievement side, whether we don't do that, achievement side, I absolutely think we ought to add JROTC endorsement, 100%.
Yeah.
It's a clever idea. We should come back to that. Yes.
And I think, and it may have been answered, but I'm gonna piggyback off of what Alan was saying concerning the requirements, ACT 17 English or ACT 19. I know with the concordance scale, this helps some children in some aspects to be able to graduate. If we're gonna tie it to this, what if a child blows an ASVAB out of the water but didn't pass English 2? And now they can't graduate, so are we gonna tie it in some form of that manner?
It's, ASVAB is one of the.
It is, okay, all right.
It's listed as one of the options in lieu of graduation.
They
It's in
failed
there.
state assessment, they can utilize
It's attached to
ACT and
CTE.
ASVAB.
Oh, I know the ACT, okay, all right.
If you're not a CTE, then
The work keys and ASVAB or CT only.
it's CTE only.
It's very narrow, it's a very narrow group though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which may be
And
the
it's
reason
time to
some people-
revisit that policy as well, to your point.
I'm just saying.
Dr. Malone left, or,
So the ROTC endorsement is not currently an endorsement. Is that
it is, it was effective this year, the
effective this
endorsement.
year? I just didn't see it on the
So it's
website.
effective this year.
Uh-huh, this is the first year it's
Oh,
available.
this is the first. So we just did it.
There we go.
Well,
Okay.
they, when I talked to Wendy about it, I mean, they didn't, because there were students enrolled currently that could already meet it, they didn't like go back and start it with the ninth grade cohort, because if a student met the qualifications to receive it, and they know that there's students out there that can, just go ahead and offer it.
So let me make sure I can catch up with where we are. There is now, I'm on the website looking at the endorsements. I don't see it, but I think it's because it's novel, right?
That's right.
Yeah, it's new.
Uh-huh.
But there is is it called military endorsement or?
I think it's called the JROTC.
So there is a JRTC endorsement that presumably resembles the career technical endorsement in terms of other requirements, 26 credits, GPA of 2.5, and where the career technical endorsement calls for a silver level on ACT work keys. I don't know, presumably it has some similar credential, either related to the Armed Forces test or the NOCTI certification. But, I mean, in my judgment, if that's the case, if the experts have created a endorsement for JRTC, it makes total sense to put that there in the 30-point category for achievement. And then I think we'd have to ask ourselves, is there a way that we can create a 40-point category as well, just as we're going to talk about doing for CTE in just a moment. But anyway, maybe I should frame it like this, if what I said was accurate. If there is a way to recognize military readiness through diploma endorsement on that achievement line, which Ryan, I think, rightly invited us to consider, does that change people's perspective on how this should be included in the model? Does that feel like a choice that is you're more inclined to support as opposed to putting it on the assessment row? Well, I tell you what, think about that while we're
And think about your rationale as to
Yeah.
why we would explain to those that would like to
Yeah.
see it listed on the assessment as to why we chose to exclude it and not value the, because that's the question we're gonna have to ask, is why we as an agency do not value enrollment, enlistment, and employment equally. Because that's what we're being asked now.
I would like more information about this, the scoring, the rigor of the question of the assessment, because we have 31, the 50, and the 65. But is that comparable with those ACT scores? I think one of the other counterparts mentioned. That's kind of a big question for me,
And
when it comes down to that.
And to Dr. Domaleski's point, that number might require the work of another group or relying on the center to do
Like
an
a
equating
concordance
type
study,
process. Or,
yeah.
I mean, so
Yeah,
that may have to
absolutely.
be adjusted, but we would ensure that everything in each of the categories were. comparable.
All right, let's come back to this topic, fueled up by some coffee and muffins in a little bit. And so let's come back. Let's aim for 10:30. I know that's a short break, but we got a lot to talk about. I think maybe a good place to find our way back into the conversation is about military readiness is to acknowledge maybe 3 points of view that are on the table right now. One is supporting military readiness through on that achievement line through evidence via an endorsement. Another point of view is supporting military readiness on that assessment line, which in some ways you could say this could end up being a distinction without a difference depending on how you put each together. And a third point of view could be that there may be reasons that you don't support inclusion of this in the model. So, I mean, I think those are the 3 points of view that I've heard people give voice to in our conversation so far. I felt like we had just started to think more deeply about what that could look like in the achievement line, and it was bolstered by an understanding that there would be a JRTC endorsement diploma type, and so the way that it seems clear to me is that that would stand in that cell there for 30 points on the achievement line, that it would be, you'd have 3 different ways of earning 30 points. The diploma with the academic endorsement, the diploma with the career technical endorsement, or the diploma with the JRTC endorsement. And then in the same way that in just a moment, we're gonna look at that CTE endorsement and see if we can identify a set of accomplishments that gives a reach, a set of achievements for a student. We would do the same for military. But let me pause there and see how is that sounding to members of the task force? See some nods. Are we approaching some agreement on this?
So I think for me, for clarity, if we are considering the ASVAB on the assessment side, would it be tied or linked as Ryan and Mr. Bradley stated? Is that in there?
Well, if you favored the point of view that I just gave voice to, and I should have been clearer about this, so thank you. You take ASVAB out of the assessment line. It goes away on the assessment line. And what stands in its place is a JRTC endorsement on the achievement row. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know exactly what's in that endorsement now. I think that part of this would maybe be bundled with an acknowledgement in our meeting notes that, pending inspection of those criteria. But I think we have to trust that those have been designed so that CTE and JROTC, or military readiness, have been bundled together in a way that respects the preparation that students need to be successful in those careers.
My only concern is giving an availability of points to districts, but other districts don't have a JROTC program and they cannot achieve those points. That's my only concern about that.
I have a concern about additional testing. So Alan, has there been any conversation lately since we met back last spring about taking testing away in certain areas of the model?
Yes, and I think that that's going to be in our discussion later today when we talk about weighting. But we've continued the discussion that we had at the last meeting about U.S. history and possibly taking those points from that category and putting them in this one. So I think it's, I don't think there's been any change in that discussion about moving away from that, from U.S. history. Now, whether or not it becomes where it's not a testing requirement, have we decided that that's in legislation?
Yeah. I haven't found, and I haven't asked any legal counsel to look, but I think it's in state board policy. That U.S. history is not outlined in law, and it's not in the accountability section of the law either, where it says, it says statewide assessments, and it doesn't specify which statewide assessments. And it just says growth is measured on statewide assessments, but we only measure growth for ELA and math. And then it says proficiency on statewide assessments. And although we use U.S. history, we said, the same rationale should apply. We don't use all for growth. So then does that mean we don't have to use all for proficiency? And could we exclude U.S. history because it's a state requirement, not federal? So we think we can. And then even in some of the state board policy, when it talks about high school end of course assessments, in the new language, it doesn't mention U.S. history. It's only in the language that's archived from a previous policy. It just says, that's debate, but we could change that at the state board level by that recommendation and going out for APA.
So I'd like to get us moving forward. I think what I'd like to do is take the temperature of the room with a little show of hands on a few options. But it looks like you were about to say something, so I want to make sure you can get in.
My only concern with these options is I want to honor students that pursue each individual path, but given that these are cumulative in nature, I'm concerned that we're starting to go down a path of tracking kids in certain directions at a much earlier age. And right now, only 60 JROTC programs, only 8,500-ish kids participating in them. But now if this becomes an accountability option, is this going to change behavior of adults in encouraging students to pursue paths that maybe aren't college-ready paths, and then there's no way to backtrack on that? So I am a little bit concerned about the associated requirements with it and the accumulation of these that we might, in the future, deflect kids from a college-going path.
So a number of points of view are on the table about this. Let me suggest there's kind of 4 places you might be right now, and I'm going to ask for a show of hands by this. And this is mostly, I don't think we can get a decision before the end of the day. So number 1 is I'm interested in putting military readiness in the achievement category. okay? Now, that's pending exploration about what those endorsements look like, okay? I think we would owe you that, task force colleagues. I think that, because we can't look at that right now, but if you're interested in exploring putting it in the achievement category, that might be one point of view, so think about if that's you. Second, I'm interested in supporting military readiness through e-assessment. So that might be you're generally comfortable with the way it is in the bottom row now. And you can say, if you're in that category, you might still I want a comparability study on ASVAB. I want more evidence that those numbers are the right numbers. More sympathetic I couldn't be. That would be a fair ask. A third is, I don't support adding military readiness to the model. And then a fourth, just because it'd be unfair not to give you this category, I don't know. A fourth is, I just am undecided right now, and I think it's okay if you're undecided. But I don't want to compel you to make a choice if you're undecided. Does everybody understand the four things I'd like you to express an interest in?
So one and
I think
one
there's
and
a
two is
fifth.
either or, not both. There's not an option
Yeah, I
of
was
both.
gonna say the fifth.
Including-
Oh, okay, I didn't think about that, but there's Dr. Bennifer's mentioning you could support it both in the achievement and in the assessment category.
Well, we might have a 5A and a 5B then.
Suddenly this device isn't looking so promising.
Well-
You support it blindly, or you support it if there's a link?
What do you mean a link?
Achievement and assessment.
I think there was one other thing that was.
Does that make sense?
To try to address that proliferation testing, is there some type of restriction on ensuring that students are not required to take assessments that are not outlined in state law?
Yeah, so 5A would be just, I want it in achievement and assessment, open, blind, no attachments. To me, 5B would be, I would like to investigate it in both, but only if we can link them together somehow for assessment, for the betterment of all students and students on particularly on that path. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that, and again, we create the categories you guys want, but wasn't that the promise of putting it in achievement, is that it would be linked?
That was my understanding. I don't,
Oh, okay. Well, if you're
I
saying,
mean, I wouldn't say-
that's covered in number one, then okay.
I don't know that we can
I
do
didn't
anything
hear that.
blindly.
Well, I think, let me say number one again. Number one is, that's where you think it belongs, pending our review of the specific criteria. But I think the expectation is the criteria are a combination of accomplishments that tether together a pathway and performance, in the same way that it does for CTE and college readiness.
So to clarify, number one is achievement and assessment if they're linked.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like I need to say these again. Number one is you're interested in readiness through achievement. Again, big asterisk here. Pending review of those criteria, okay? Number two, you're interested in pursuing it through assessment. So that's mostly an endorsement of what you're seeing in the table right now. Number three is neither. Nothing. Number four is I don't know. And then if we can get some sense of what category you're in, then I think we could probe a little bit on what additional evidence and review that you would want to do, but at least it would give us a direction to do it. Is that okay? Is that clear enough that you guys are okay taking a little straw poll with this?
Which one has both, one or two, or neither?
Oh, I didn't give a both.
No, you said one has both.
That's what I thought, like I'm looking.
If they're linked, that's why I'm telling you,
Yeah,
you
if
probably
they're-
gotta do a 1A, 1B. Because there may be people who just want assessment, and you get credit for ASVAB, and it doesn't matter what your endorsement is. Then there's people like me, who you only get credit for ASVAB if you're also getting the JRTC endorsement, which is where I stand.
Yeah. I feel like,
That, and linking the two might prevent the over-testing of all students.
Correct.
Because if you're not in the JRTC program, why would you be taking that?
Why would you test
as
that? Yes.
Right.
I'm going to write these down and display them because I feel like it's, I don't want people to get lost. It's too important.
And that might, I mean, because that's what, I think a lot of us are trying to say the same thing. Like, we don't want to see an adult decision to test all kids on ASVAB be a decision that's been made.
And at that level, this is what Ms. Holmes said and everybody else, since it's sort of like NAEP. they sort of do the testing, you just provide the students and the platform and the area and all that stuff or whatever. So at that level, that may not feel like an extra test if we can limit it to students who actually are considering that path.
One point of clarity, did Mr. Robinson say that it's already on the SWIB list?
No,
It's not on
it has been brought up for consideration.
Endorsement of
That NOCTI, yeah,
Which
it's
was-
the same endorsement that is currently listed as one of the things in the JROTC, CTE, JROTC graduation endorsement. So it's just come up on the SWIB side. No decision, hasn't even been discussed yet, but it has come up.
And that would be industry served
That would be
attached to
industry
the
served, that would fall
acceleration.
into the acceleration if it gets added.
So that's an option too, if we wanted it.
Could you say that again, please?
So that would be an option too, also that's a different option that's floating around that you're talking about.
Right, so,
Well, or that, like, it would just be included in acceleration like all the other industry
Yeah.
certifications,
Right,
right? Like,
right.
I don't think it would impact the decisions that we're making about achievement and accountability
Yeah.
because acceleration is just an approved list. And that would join the current, that would be added to the
That would
current
join that
approved
list
list
of
that
all
we
those.
have right now, yeah.
all right, let's see if this is clear enough to support a check of your interest here, colleagues. So number one, you're looking at it in the achievement category, and we're operating under the assumption that you're going to be linking a JRTC credential with assessment performance. Again, we owe you follow-up if that's your support there. Number two, you support readiness through ASVAB score. That's largely how it's presented now. And again, even if you want something like a comparability study or whatever, that's fine. Put your chips in for 2 and then tell us if that is where you land, that that's something that you support. Number 3 and 4, I think, are pretty clear. You don't support it, or you just don't know enough to be in 1 through 3A. Okay. So if you support number 1, would you raise your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. If you support number 2, would you show your hand? 1, 2. If you support number 3, which means you don't support adding readiness, would you indicate so? And if, I guess, with the rest of you, I assume are unsure. Raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you keep them up again? I just want to make sure I got everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So, we don't have a strong voice here. We need to maybe spend more time on this, but it does sound, but this is helpful at least to see that we're tilting more towards achievement as being the category you find to be more promising than ASVAB, either with or without something else.
And I think for me, it goes back to Christy's point and mine as well. I don't want to over-test, but I don't want it to change behavior. So I'm hoping that it is really for the students that want to travel down that path.
Okay.
Because whether we want to say it out here openly or not, you look at acceleration. We have students that are a lot more taking it because we're trying to get points. And I think in that instance, you devalue the course. Because I just think about when I was in high school and I took an honors or AP, I had my chest out, I was proud. And now, with everything turning to testing and points, it's getting to that point. So I think I worry about that instant. Don't want over testing, but I'm hoping by me selecting one, we're truly getting those students that are interested in that path and helping them and celebrating their path. So,
Okay. I recommend we move on because we have a lot of underground to cover. I do think this was productive, and it's probably, the challenge that we're up against is we're asking you to reflect on things that we don't have full information to share with you yet. So the characteristics of a diploma endorsement being primary among them. So I think that tells us kind of where people are tilting, tells us how we can focus on follow-up conversations here, and I'm happy we're making some progress. That was one of 4 conversations. The second one, we'll see if they get any easier or not. As we mentioned, we want to create a career technical diploma endorsement in the same tier as the distinguished academic endorsement. And we think we can get there by augmenting, so there's not currently like a distinguished CTE endorsement is the point. And we're trying to say, well, could we create like an accountability version of that? And we think we can get there by, and again, you can tweak these criteria if you're so inclined, adjusting the 26 credits associated with the CTE endorsement to 28, that's on par with the distinguished academic, adjusting the GPA of 2.5 to 3.0, also on par with the distinguished academic, and then moving WorkKeys Silver, which is the current threshold for the CTE endorsement, up to gold. So what we're looking at, so that's intended to be efforts to create a comparable CTE accomplishment in the highest tier. I put comparable in quotes because comparability is relative here. We're not saying it's a matter of indifference, but it's intended to be a level of accomplishment that you think signals a student is very well prepared to thrive in career. So just to be really clear, that's what's in this cell here. And we've already seeded it with that language here. So you get 40 points or whatever amount of points we land on. We're still going to talk about that before the day's over. You get the highest amount of points if you get that diploma with the distinguished academic endorsement or a CTE endorsement with those things I just mentioned. WorkKeys Gold, GPA 3.0, 28 credits. Discussion.
I'm in favor. I like it.
You like nods, hearing a few verbal agreements? Yep.
Can you remind us what the concordance is between what kids that score gold typically score in ACT?
Oh, I don't have that tip of tongue. Does anybody know that? I could probably look that up.
A reminder of what the concordant is between if you score gold on ACT, where do you generally, or gold on WorkKeys, where do you generally?
Let me see if I can find that quickly.
It's above the college benchmarks. It's that study is stayed consistent throughout the year. It's roughly 23 to 25 on almost all the areas, the composite. So it's above the college benchmarks. That's what we see.
Yeah, and I know there was a time that we did this analysis with Mississippi data. And
It was, from what I recall, it was the analysis that we did, gold was the most similar to the college readiness benchmarks.
I feel very confident that was the case because we kind of crossed this bridge back when we were looking at WorkKeys as an option for ACT, and it was supported by an analysis then. But I appreciate you asking that, Christy. I wish I could remember the exact concordance level, but I do feel very confident that when we looked at Mississippi data, we were satisfied.
I have a WorkKeys wall and an ACT wall, and I have a platinum club where they score all 7s on the WorkKeys. And right now, we just started it last school year, and I have 15 kids on the WorkKeys wall that scored all platinums. And out of the 15, 7 of those are also on the 30-plus club wall. So that's a
I found it.
correlation on where they scored, if they made perfect on the WorkKeys, the range.
What did you find?
The college level.
I did my own study, actually. I forgot. I remember I texted to Greg one time. I pulled it up. Math, 1 to 17. We had 57% bronze, 37% silver, 7% gold platinum. 18 to 21, 14% bronze, 52% silver, 35% gold platinum. 22 and above, 72% gold platinum, and that's how it followed across all the subjects. So it was right around that 22 mark.
So I don't want to linger here if this is one that we feel a shared view on. Is there anybody that objects to what you see in that 40-point category now? The 40 points are still, we still haven't talked about that, but in that highest tier category, is there anybody that objects to this? And I won't call for a vote unless somebody wants to dissent on this. Okay, I'm going to keep us moving. Thank you, colleagues. And we can always, if you have an epiphany during lunch and want us to go back, that's, we're a work group. We'll stay flexible. The third question that we'd like to talk about is, okay, I'm calling this implementing acceleration. This one can get weedy, so hang with me. I think so we're looking at this top row, and right now, this is intended to be very similar to the current way that acceleration is calculated. But this implies a decision that a student does one of these things, and that is based on looking at a cohort of students, presumably based on senior snapshot or some similar method. And we go and we say, all right, we're going to take a look at Chris. Is somewhere in his 9th through 11th grade year, did he participate in an AP or dual credit course? He gets 20 points. And then here's Alan. He got a C or better in a dual credit, so he gets 30. And we do this across all students, and you take the mean of that, and that becomes a school score. And that's one way to do it. Another way is to say, let's keep the current acceleration structure intact, where you've got a separate participation and performance component, and continue, and that in so doing, I've got a slide that mentions that. So this is describing it. Duplicate the current acceleration approach, and these are the rules for doing that. Participation, the numerator is all students who take the advanced course. The denominator is all students in grades 11 and 12, plus students taking and passing advanced courses. Performance, now we're just talking about students who are enrolled, all students in advanced courses that are meeting performance standards. So the numerator of that ratio are the students that meet that C or better, or AP threshold, and the denominator are all students enrolled. And so all we're saying here is, do you want to keep acceleration intact in that manner? And then we could just adjust the points for that when we get to that part of the conversation. Or would you prefer to do, I like to think of it as more of like a banking approach, and that's what I'm calling option 2, where you look at student accomplishments in grades 9 through 11 that are scored based on when they're 12th graders. And when we were talking through this in preparation for this meeting, we saw some challenges there. One is there may not be a lot of differentiation between the 30 and 40 point tiers. And to go back and show you what we mean by that is, do we think that there's going to be a real difference between a student earning like that C or better in a dual credit or a 3 on an AP in one course versus more than one course? That if students do it in one course, they usually do it in more than one course. So we might not be getting the differentiation there. The other reason why you might be reluctant to support that is it would be lagged. So you wouldn't, the student would have that accomplishment maybe in their 9th or 10th grade. You're not picking it up until you're looking at that cohort as 12th graders. Now, that's not the only occasion where that's done in the accountability model, but it would create more lagging in the model if we did that, as opposed to looking at current year data. And there are ways, if you like the banking approach and you want to explore differentiation, then you can create ways to accomplish that differentiation, such as by raising the requirement to say, now instead of getting a C in a dual credit course, you got to get an A. Instead of getting a 3 on an AP, you got to get a 4. So you would recognize students that have reached a higher threshold of performance in those qualifying advanced courses. I put a lot on the table, so let me open it up for your questions and perspectives.
On option 1, can you explain how that would work? Because you said we do something with the points percentages.
Honestly,
You know,
Ryan,
you'd
the
be
best
dealing
way
with
I can think to explain it is, even though this appears in the table with the other two,
It's really separate.
just think of it as we're keeping acceleration like it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my thought, the other two there are both lagging, right?
Yeah.
Senior snapshot, so
Yeah.
if it stays in the chart, it only makes sense to me that that'd be lagging too,
Yeah.
with senior snapshot.
And I'd probably present it a little, I mean, I like putting it all together because this is the compilation of evidence for readiness, but
Yeah.
I think we'd present it in a clearer way, show a break between, there's acceleration is based on these students and these conditions, and then there's achievement and assessment, which is based on this cohort of students. But again, but talking about it together gives us a way to think coherently about the accomplishments we want to honor.
If we were going to entertain option 2, my thought would be, since the whole thing is helping with what students are going to do later in life, I don't like raising AP to 4 and higher grade, because it's all about college credit. If we're going to, but I agree we would have to raise the standard, if you will, if we would consider option 2. I would think we would want to do, like, raise it by more things as opposed to that. You know what I mean? That, like, we've done, move everything down a level. Two is this, and 3 is this, and so on. If we were going to entertain option 2, that would be the only way I think we would want to do it, in my opinion.
Would entertaining option 2 have, because it's cumulative, have less opportunities for students to enroll in the courses? So now it's an annual measure. So every year we're looking to see, did you take an advanced class or dual enrollment or industry cert? If the student does that in 9th grade or 10th grade, is there incentive then to continue pushing them into dual credit advanced courses, CTE?
Most times if you have 9th graders taking those classes, you don't need to incentivize them, they're taking them anyway.
Understand?
I know, but
I'm
I
just
mean,
saying.
I get it.
But also, let's say you're facing budget cuts.
Right.
That's the first thing you're gonna cut if you don't have to offer additional advanced courses. So I guess I don't want to provide any opportunities for disincentives to continue providing opportunities for those students that reach.
I think that, to Ryan's point, I think to keep that from happening, that 40-point column, there has to be more distinguishing than just taking more than one course. Right? Maybe if we're saying, and I'm just shooting the number 3, if it's 3, because you're saying, okay, I really want a child to take at least one dual credit class, 3 out, or AP class, 3 out of their 4 years in high school.
Agreed. But if you're included in the senior snapshot, if at any point you matriculate in to the high school.
Right.
So now the requirement is you have to take 4, but the student's only been there for a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a requirement. I think it's just so that kids that
I'm just saying,
could do
high
that.
mobility schools might find issue if it's a cumulative and the requirement is higher. But I agree that's one way to solve it, but I'm just trying to think of all the other approaches that would make that more challenging.
Since this is a kind of college-only thing, I'm not opposed to it being separate. I mean, back when we were first discussing this a while ago, if we were going to link everything to 3 paths, I thought it should be included probably with senior snapshot. But since we're really not linking everything, we're just talking about linking the military, I'm not opposed to it being separate and keeping it how it is.
Something else that might be a factor in people's decision-making is how much disruption do you want to introduce into the model? And if you keep acceleration intact and you bundle it with other focused improvements that this group is considering, then we'll be able to look longitudinally over time with a little bit more confidence about the direction of our schools, as opposed, and again, I'm not trying to put my thumb on the scale. I'm just suggesting that that could be a factor that people consider as you consider which option you think is more favorable.
I also think the weights discussion we'll have later plays a role in this.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
My sense in my interactions with all of you and with others in the state is that wasn't a lot of concern about how acceleration was working, but that wasn't the primary area that motivated these conversations. That was a part of the model that's been generally working well. And I can tell you, because I do work in other states have looked at your acceleration and said, this is well done. So the fact that it awards participation and performance, I think is a nice feature. But again, I really want this to be a task force decision.
One feature that is nice right now with it is that you're not penalized for underclassmen participating in it, which, to Stephen's point, if you can have some kids who might not otherwise think that they would, initially leaving 8th grade going into 9th, think of themselves as an accelerated student, but a school may take a chance on them, let's say in 9th grade AP World History, because it's not going to technically hurt the school, and it could only help the kid, and then that kid has success, and all of a sudden you get that kid the rest of their high school career in an accelerated track. That is a nice part of it. Okay, it does feel like we're tilting more towards option 1, which is leave acceleration intact and separately compute participation and performance. Again, the points are to be discussed, and I think that's exactly where we're going next. Is there anybody that objects to looking at option 1, which is to use the current acceleration approach for that first row? I'm going to say we made another decision. That's good. Okay, so
And it could still stay in this table.
absolutely.
We just wouldn't have these dividers like this.
Right. Yeah, we'll work on. Nobody's hired me because I'm a great graphic designer, so we'll work on presenting this more slick, and more clear. So that's a good point here. Okay. So let's move to the third, and this is going to, or the fourth. This is going to interact with the discussion that we're going to move to about weights overall. And I think, and this is really the major conversation we have for the rest of the day, which is how are we going to address the weights in the model. And there's, now that we have a better understanding of what's in readiness, at least to the best of our ability to make our way through those decisions today, I think, and I'll do this one of two ways, friends. We can either spend time talking specifically about these rows, or I can go ahead and share some information with you about some options for the overall model, and we can come back to this in that context. What would you prefer? Would you like to talk about the overall model and talk about this in that context, or you want to spend more time in just readiness? We'll keep going. I can see where that would be attractive. Let's do that. So what we're trying to do here is try to get to some recommendations about how we're going to redistribute the influence of everything in the model. When we last checked in on this was at our February 24 meeting, and you remember you did a rating exercise. You went into a form, you gave us suggestions for what the influence should be, and what I'd like to start with is kind of showing how those came out, how, and I'll just own it, how I revised them, and for reasons that I'll explain to you, mostly just so you get more pliable numbers. And then you can use that as a springboard to your conversations about whether or not you think those proposed weights, I hesitate to even use the word proposed because nobody's really proposed them yet, but where those, let's call them candidate weights, stack up in your judgment with the current weights, and we'll have these conversations across all the indicators. Always good to start with, just so we know we have some constraints within which we're operating. We talked about this before, but as a reminder, or as information for anybody who might be new to this, federal law requires that with respect to academic achievement and growth, progress in language proficiency, and grad rate, you have to afford substantial weight to each such indicator in the aggregate, so that it's much greater weight is afforded to those indicators for school quality student success. In other words, you can't overweight school quality student success with everything else. And I know we don't use the word school quality student success a lot in Mississippi, but a lot of the stuff in the model is bundled in that category, so we have to watch how we're landing with that. So let's just keep moving with that in the back of our mind. And remember, when we talked about this before, I acknowledged there's sort of two things. There's language that's explicitly in the law, and that's what I've put in the upper part of this slide. And then there's just practices that have been affirmed through, think of it as like legal precedent, through decisions by the U.S. Department of Education over time. They have a precedent of not approving graduation rate when it's less than, say, 15 to 20% in the model. So if you were to tell us today, oh, we want graduation rate to be 5%, it'd be my responsibility to tell you, unlikely you're going to get that past the feds. You can recommend what you want to recommend, but you would want me to tell you that, I think. Same with progress in language proficiency, because Mississippi tried. I was here when that happened.
Yeah, we were denied at 10%
Yeah.
because we first proposed 100 points.
Well, and it was proposed as a bonus, it was
Right.
proposed as a lot of things, and the Fed said to Mississippi the same thing they said to every other state: if you go below 5%, we're not going to approve it. So that, and I remember we did the rating exercise last time, and everybody rated at 5%. So that's, I just think let's have our eyes open about what those constraints are. And so a little reminder of where the weights are right now. You know, if you don't remember why they're not 100, 100, 100, 100 instead of 95, 95, 95, it's because of that 50 points for progress, 35. Yeah, which is 5% for English language progress. But those are the current points for the 700 model. And then for the 1,000-point model, these are they. So you've got proficiency, growth low 25, and so forth. So I think people are pretty familiar with where the weights are, but we'll keep these slides handy in case we need to refer back to that at any point. So what we'll do now is a little bit of an eye test for me. I hope you can see it okay. Looking at those points gets us to the table on the left, which is, so if you want to ask, like, how much influence does proficiency in reading, proficiency in math, and so forth have in the current elementary and middle school model, that table on the left answers that question. 13.5% for everything except 5% for English language progress. When we did this exercise back in February, I think we did a couple rounds of it if memory serves, your recommendations are shown on the right. And again, I'm not trying to lock those in any way. I just thought you'd want to see them again as we start the conversation. So I highlighted some things in blue and red because kind of the takeaway that I got from that, and you can tell me if you agree, is you were more interested in changing the weights to increase growth in reading and math and decrease growth low 25. At least that's how the ratings showed up. Those were the most substantial increases and decreases. But frankly, the ratings are pretty close. A fair read of it could be, you generally like how things are in elementary and middle school, and that the deviations weren't substantial enough to inspire your recommendations. And you can tell me if you agree with that statement or not. It's a little bit different. Okay. And so one way, if this is where I say I did a little math and preparing for this meeting to say, if you wanted to be influenced by the revised percentages, the percentages that came from your weights back in February, those give those exact weights are this column right here, the revised points. But if you, I'm gonna call it smooth it out a little bit so you don't have unwieldy numbers. And I think this gives you a model of what it could look like. And that primarily what this does is it keeps proficiency in reading, math, and science the same because your ratings were very close to the same. It nudges up growth from 95 to 110 in each of reading and math, and it nudges down low 25 growth from 95 to 80 in each of these areas. Again, just stimulate conversation is all that's there for. And then English language progress is left the same. So you could look at this and say, I like things the way they are. I like this version of things, or you can say there's yet another version we haven't looked at that I want to advocate for. So let's go to high school. I know I'm hitting you with a lot of information, but we have a lot of time to talk about this. Same thing with high school. Here are the current weights. So we're just going through and determining the percentage of points associated with each of the categories in the high school model. Here's the result of the rating exercise you did in February, and mostly what I'm trying to do is flag where things differed. You see a proposed decrease in U.S. history weight. You see a proposed decrease in growth for low 25. That's similar to elementary and middle. And you see a proposed decrease for graduation rate. But you could argue it's still fairly close to an approvable threshold. And then you see a much more substantial increase for acceleration of college career readiness. These two obviously represent what we've just been talking about all morning. So what you would presumably, if you agree with this, you're talking about 18% of high school model would be influenced by readiness, which translates to 180 points. That's different from 100 points, right? So that's a substantial increase if you're generally in favor of the direction that this is going. And that sort of gives rise to what I've done here, which is, again, these are just the current points, nothing new. These are a literal translation of your ratings to points. But again, if you look at that and say, really, 168 points? That feels weird. Then it just gives, it kind of smooths that out a little bit so that you've got more pliable numbers in the proposed points. And probably the thing that you focus on here is the combination of acceleration and readiness goes to 180 points where it was 100. And I think that's about all I have. There's a couple of just other points of information to give you as we embrace this conversation. We can consider whether, I left out the word history, pardon me. We can consider whether U.S. history needs to be in the model. Now, the current ratings are the ones from February, brought that down to like 2.8%, which I translated to 25, so that's what, 2.5%? It's a decision you can make, or it's a recommendation, that you can make to say, let's not have it in the model. Now, the test is going to stay, to the best of my knowledge, but it doesn't have to be an accountability. That's on the table for you to talk about. Also for you to talk about, I've already kind of mentioned this, is what about those increases for readiness, given that we've spent all morning talking about the specifications. Now we want to honor it in a way that reflects your priorities, and then anything else about weights or points. So my goodness, I put a lot on the table here. I appreciate your patience as I went through that. But again, I want you to have all the information to accompany this conversation.
So I just want to clarify that, the decision here would be to remove it from accountability. There would be other action that would be necessary to eliminate it as an assessment or a graduation requirement.
From school accountability.
Does that make sense? It was in a proposed bill last year, but the bill died, that it be eliminated. I think it was wasn't it in the bill, or was it just conversations about eliminating? Yeah, that. And then, again, we're doing research about where it is here in policy and what for, but as regarding graduation requirements. But we'd still have to test if we make this decision until something else changes.
Is there any fear that if we were to remove from the accountability model, that there would be legislation saying that it must be, and this is the percentage, if we totally remove it? It's like a game of chicken, I guess you're saying.
I don't think that's the direction we're headed in.
Okay,
I'll put
okay.
it like that.
That's helpful.
Well, if it's gonna stay as a graduation requirement, it's gotta stay in the model in
Keep
some
it simple.
fashion. That's that
Yeah.
simple. So that's step two. Step
No,
one would
we
be,
didn't say our recommendation was for it to stay. We just said it had to
That's what it
remain a policy until that policy's changed.
well, we can't take it out until step one happens, is my opinion. Now, when step one happens, which I'm all in favor of, then step two can happen.
Just make sure I don't
Okay,
lose you.
got it, got you, Ryan, got it.
Step one is, it would need to be decoupled from student accountability before
Correct.
you'd want to decouple it from school accountability.
Correct.
Okay, I just
Those
want to
have to be
understand.
linked.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's common
it does,
sense.
it does.
See what?
But I do think there is a better use of the 25 of those points somewhere else, like we have, at least.
I'm just throwing this out there. I mean, if you reduce the weighting in the accountability model to, say, 2.5%, and then we move forward with this change to accountability, and then it gets removed from other policy, and then we just remove that 2.5% and shift that somewhere else, and that wouldn't have a substantial impact on accountability.
Because it is so small.
Like an intermediate step. Yeah.
And it wouldn't go into effect until the 25th. I mean, we'll administer it this year and include it in that.
My hypothesis is that it's highly correlated with reading and math.
So I'm asked this question probably more than any other. So, and I have no answer. I know we don't have an answer, but this affects the whole discussion to me. So I'm always asked, is there any, and I know we evaluated it, those breakup groups that we did as a task force and all that stuff. I'm well aware that we've talked about this for 2 years. But is the 700 model adding anything as it relates to career? I'm asked that all the time. And if it's not, then, I think the reason, the next decision is what we're going to do with low 25, because you got to take points from somewhere at high school and district to increase acceleration in college career readiness. I mean, it's just math. And so we chose, it looks like, to take it from low 25, which would make sense to decentivize that at the 700 scale level to some degree, but that one's weird because nothing's really changing there. So that, I go back to that first question. If are we under consideration to add anything to the 700 scale at all, a component as it relates to acceleration? If not, there's no point changes there technically.
I think that observation is accurate.
Okay.
The only thing I would say is when you calculate your 700-point schools and your 1,000-point schools, but when you calculate district, so you got this calculation at 100 on the 700-point school. When you calculate those same kids, when you do the district at 75, because it will be, the districts will be used on this particular 1,000-point scale. So how would that make a difference where some schools may be up, but a district? I'm thinking you could possibly, depending on the number of students or the number of schools you have in your district and what they scored, could you possibly have 2 C, like C schools in the B district, or
Absolutely.
all B schools in a C district?
Well, you make an important point. You talk about shifting weights, graduation rate, acceleration, college career readiness. Those are components that apply to high schools and districts. But when you talk about shifting weights on the growth of below 25, that not only affects the high school, it also affects the district rating, and would then apply to all students in the model in the district calculation, so 3 through 8 and of course high school. Of course, there'll be standard setting that will go along with these changes, so.
But again, the points got to come from somewhere.
Well, I have a litany of comments since Chris had a litany of solutions.
No, go for it, yeah.
So One, I always keep coming back to, there's all this concern about not having enough college and career readiness measured in here. Math and reading are career readiness skills. They're also college readiness skills. They're also military readiness skills. So saying that we don't have an emphasis on college and career readiness particularly, kids need to be able to read and do math. I don't know anyone that says, don't worry about it. We'll hire them anyway. So that's kind of the first thing. The second is, with respect to the growth of the low 25%, that's an honor and component that was put in here to not have to distinguish individual subgroups within accountability systems. So the rationale for including that, because ESSA in Title I says you have to include subgroups in your school accountability system, this was put in there to make sure that we are looking at student subgroups and not individual ones, but those that actually truly need the help, those that are the lowest performing. And I think that really is what's risen the tide across the board, not just for all students in Mississippi, but economically disadvantaged Black, Hispanic students as well. So I hope we do not decrease the focus on that lowest performing group, because that's what's really bringing everything up across the board in Mississippi and helping narrow some of those performance gaps that we've seen. We also, I see this with legacy systems all the time. The longer you have a system in place, the more tinkering you do, and the more complicated it gets, and the less transparent, and the more likely you are to be chasing points. I loved the beginning of the system where everything was 100 points, just 100 points for math, 100 points for reading. Obviously, when you have your EL indicator in there for some schools, that changes it to 95. But the simplicity and the transparency of that makes things really easy. I mean, this complicates things a lot. And, to some extent, just makes minor shifts in priorities, but enough that they might make a difference, especially for your lowest performing students. Looking at this, I would, if we are going to be looking at points, if anything, let's just add 100 points to something. Let's not worry about taking points away from other indicators and shifting everything else that we have around. If we really think those career-ready indicators are the ones that we need to add points to or focus on, as we'll go back and talk about that, just add an extra 100 points there. Or, if you're really concerned about the graduation rate, graduation expectations aren't super high in Mississippi, might take points away from there, but stay within the federal realm. But I really want to just keep the focus on reading and math are career-ready skills. The lowest 25% is really what's risen the tide across the board and help narrow those gaps. So I'd hate to see any of that diminish.
I totally agree with what she just said regarding the bottom 25%. You guys know how I feel about that. I think it's super important, and I hate for that to be decreased or even removed from the model.
Yeah, Chrissy, I think you said a lot of really important and persuasive things, and I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate you bringing to the table this idea that we can recommend changing the total number of points. And yes, that will have the effect of changing the influence of everything in the model along the way. But it comes with some preservation of continuity across those components, which could be a feature that you care about. You could say, look, we're changing the performance thresholds, we're changing some of these indicators, but those things we aren't changing, like growth for reading and math or low 25 or whatever, I'll still be able to compare points across years in a comparable way. Again, I'm always careful not to try to put my thumb on the scale, but I just want to try to put number of things on the table that I'm hearing, and I think Christy brings a lot of good ideas for us to think about here.
Crystal, hear me, I'd be okay with that.
Really? Really? Great.
And not to belabor this, but again, I've been working in Mississippi for more than a decade. And, the system has evolved very well and very organically with the input of all the stakeholders. And it is still a system that all other states are looking at. Your neighbors to the west just revised their accountability system to get rid of all of these indexes, all of these random rewarding of points, and literally going to a 100-point system for each indicator because it saw what it did for Mississippi and their scores. So keep in mind that you're still looked at as a model for the nation, and your improvement has been a model for the nation, and this is a big piece of it. And it started here and everything else that's followed in the classroom. So I always hesitate when we're looking at big, major changes, especially when we're starting to index things and sort out points and try and chase things. So a lot of states looking still to your legacy system and what it's done.
And I think you're spot on with all of that. I think, because I've sat in on some of those workforce development conversations too, that some of our friends have been pushing, so on and so forth. And I think their argument is, even though we're seeing these great achievements in math and ELA, whatever, it's not translating into what's happening in the workforce. We only have 54% that are retaining degrees after 6 years, even though we've got these great scores, or I don't know the exact workforce development number, but I know as far as labor participation, that's incredibly low. Not unemployment rate, but labor participation in our state is incredibly low. So I think it's really, that's the other pressures that we get, even though we're performing so well in schools, it's not translating to what's happening later as far as those kids getting jobs, so on and so forth. So I think that's some of the pushback of, okay, what can we do differently? And the idea of us to accelerate those things that work for the college career readiness and acceleration in hopes that would happen. That's really the crux behind that.
I understand, and I get that there's a total workforce issue, but on the flip side, it's because kids aren't prepared. So I guess the question I would have too is, what % of your graduates are employable? That, we look at this when I first started working, we had a huge, massive teacher shortage. It wasn't a shortage of people that wanted to be teachers. It was a shortage of candidate pools and who would actually hire and want to be a teacher. So I think it's looking at it from both sides of the equation, not just we don't have people participating, it's we don't have qualified people that we want to hire.
But the labor participation means they're not participating in the workforce, even though they're of age and could be participating, but they're not.
Why? That's why.
Yeah, I
And
don't
is
know
it
the answer to
because
that.
they maybe want to participate but can't?
Well, and
Because they
again,
won't get hired because they can't read or do math? So I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is it because we're not providing enough qualified potential workers, or is it another reason? But I hear a lot from chambers that
yeah.
we need more qualified workers.
If we do the extra 100 points, quick simple math, if we kept acceleration and college career readiness both at 90, if you have the 50 for EL, that puts you at 16.4% of your 1100.
And that's adding 100 points and putting it all into readiness.
Well, and there's also, I think, merit for pulling some points from the graduation rate since you're including a graduation completion component in this part, in this piece.
So let's see if we can break off some of these decisions. Again, we're flying on time, but I just want to try to find my way through a structured way to talk about this. Let's go back to elementary and middle. There's a fair number of voices that this may be one we want to leave alone. And I want to pressure test that because we may be that we want to focus our efforts on the points for the 1,000-point model. But
I think they're tied because his point was great. Like if you're gonna, to me, if we're just gonna add points to the high school and district model, then absolutely leave the 700 scale alone because you have made a parallel universe here. If we're gonna mess with those weights and all those categories that overlap, that comes back to this decision so that we can try to create a parallel universe. Does that make sense?
makes total sense. So there's two things that we're sitting with right now, colleagues. There's do you want to keep the denominators the same? 700-point model, 1,000-point model, and make decisions about how the points are allocated within those models? Or are you more attracted to a solution where you keep the component points as stable as possible, but where you want to add points, you just literally add points to the model, which means that, and again, I think this is mostly going to play out at the 1,000-point model, which means that 1,000-point model could be becoming an 1,100-point model or some other number that satisfies our policy ambition. Two different ways to get to the same policy endpoint, but each offer advantages and disadvantages. And the primary advantage of changing the total number of points is you can promote stability across each component.
It's 17.7%. So if we just keep everything else the same and you have EL, because 95 points right now is those two categories. If you have EL, and then we just add straight up 100 to them, give them 195 divided by 1,100 is 17.7. Which is 18%, which is the number you had, basically.
Other voices, somebody who maybe hasn't had a chance to weigh in yet, thoughts about the things that are on the table here?
Where did we decide the extra 100 points would be if we just do an extra 100?
Yeah, I don't think anything's been decided, but I hear that most people are focused on the readiness. I think most of the people I'm hearing, Crystal, are focused on the readiness.
Should we start with the high school and then if we need to work backwards?
Sure, sure. And I came prepared to do, I only wanted to do this if we needed to, but if we do need to, I do have, we could do a rating exercise. I did prepare forms that we could enter ratings in. But I actually think it's better if we can just talk broadly about our priorities before we just go throwing numbers on a spreadsheet. But I just want to, that's in our pocket if we need it.
I like Christie's suggestion of just adding points. Because I think it gives, there's continuity,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Keeping as much of the model the same as possible will give some relief to a lot of our districts.
And I would agree. We finally have a good understanding of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The support from the agency has been excellent.
We got to reset cuts anyway. That's the
Yeah.
next
Yeah,
discussion.
reset anyway.
Or I'm not, you know, whatever we term it, but we got to deal with that.
So, yeah, just did the math myself. I think that's what you said, so if you added 100 points, you'd be going from, what is it?
Go back, can you go back to the slide that had the current high school model?
Yeah,
Did you have one?
it's on this slide, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, right now, acceleration.
Right now it's 95.
95, and if we just add 100 straight to them, that's 195 out of
It's like
1,100.
17.5% weight. Yeah. And if we do that, and we can do this after lunch, we need to go back into that readiness index with those points and figure out how they're going to be distributed. I've been scratching some things on my pad here that could be ways to do that, but that's, yeah.
I do want to point out, if we do it that way, acceleration, since it's its own thing, is going to carry more weight than diploma endorsements or ACT work keys as FAB, because they're combined.
So we can manipulate that.
Yeah, that's something to think about.
So let me pressure test this, because a number of folks that maybe haven't spoken up yet. How are people feeling about, for high school, keep current points the same? That's this column right here, friends. Keep current points the same, except change the combination of these two rows. And how we do that is TBD. We'll do that, which is currently 95, and elevate that to something like 195. And what that does is it changes this to an 1,100 point model and gives us stability across everything else. One thing it doesn't do, and I just want to make sure we all are clear-eyed about this, is it doesn't change anything with U.S. history. And you may say, fine, that's the way I want it.
You change it to 1,100, you have to change the EL. Yeah. Yeah.
Good call.
Say it again.
Now, is this
What'd he
thing,
say?
you said it and I was thinking it.
Yeah.
There's gotta be 5% of your model.
Raise the number of EL points.
What does that drop into?
EL has to be 5% of your model, and if you raise 1,100, that's gonna be 5.5, 55 points.
That's 4.5. They gonna say no?
You're gonna have 55. EL has to be 55 points.
Round it up.
So what if you did that, added, and make acceleration in college for 95, 95, and then 55 for EL? You're just, that'd be, that would be done. I wouldn't even.
I say leave the EL with as minimal impact as will get approved, because, because our goal here is acceleration in CCR. But y'all gotta tell us if they'll approve 4.5 or 5.
Well, actually, it has to be
They will?
5%.
Okay.
I would not make it 55, I'd leave it at 50 points.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, I thought it had to be 5% of the model.
It's generally suggested, I can point to several states.
You can round up to
not
4.5 is
5%
round.
4.5 is right.
A 1049.5 is Boston State Test.
I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, that's good. One of the things we could do is, you recommend what you want to recommend, colleagues, and we could have kind of a plan B. Like, if it has to be nudged up from 50 to 55, we could take it from history somewhere. Yeah. But
Well,
yeah,
you've got
I-
history and you've got graduation rate.
it'd be an odd choice for the feds to die on that hill, but I've seen odd choices before.
But I think it would be
And
good
we've been
though.
told, don't worry about what we do in other states.
I think it
There's
would
a
be
case-by-case basis.
to assign
We tried
points,
to argue that.
assuming, assign points or create these point categories, assuming that there's not English language progress in there, and then if it is, just pull 5% from everything, like we're doing now.
Yeah.
To keep things consistent. And then, if your school doesn't have EL, then you know what your points are gonna be in each component.
I would rather pull from science and history than graduation rate.
All right, so trying again, I'm still hearing the voice in the room is you favor an approach for high school where we add points and those additional points go to readiness. And I'm just noting we may have a little EL progress issue to address, but let's table that for the moment. And if that is the case, now let's go back to elementary, middle, let's go back to the 700 point model. And my assumption would be that this group's recommendation is to leave it alone.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I say one thing about low 25? All right, so I ran our numbers. Out of our low 25 students, around 74% of them are level 3 or higher. Okay? It's a good thing. However, you have students who work their tails off all year, score a 3B in 3rd grade, work their tails off all year in 4th grade, score a 3B, and do that all the way through. We're going to graduate them at the end of the year and have them prepared for life. They get 0 growth points their whole career, and that's in the low 25. We're running into that issue where our proficiency is great, our growth is good, but those students in the low 25 just run into a wall there, and I've got one school that's right now set up to be a B by 1 point, where most schools would die to have their numbers and proficiency and such and such. The low 25 hammers them, so.
Let's bring this back in the 3C.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I think because your low 25 aren't that low.
No.
And,
That's a good problem to have.
and you're bringing up an issue that I think this task force has talked about before, and we may yet need to talk about again, which is whether or not the growth is sufficiently sensitive in that region. Yeah. So, I mean, again, I'm not trying to influence your perspective here, which is totally your perspective. But one take on that could be, is it an issue with the weights or is it an issue with the growth metric? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey,
Crisis averted.
if the feds are gonna say no to the 4.5%, we gotta go up to 55, I think you just take the 5 from what we're gonna give acceleration and CCR back to our whole philosophy of as little change as possible. And that still equates to 17.3% of the model. So it'd be, you know, does that make sense? What we were gonna give them. So as opposed to giving them all 100, you give them 95, send 5 to EL. I'm not saying do this, I'm saying do this only if you think the feds are gonna say no.
Well, one reason I kind of like that, and this might be, you might say this is an unusual reason, that gives you 190 points for
Which is-
readiness,
yeah,
which
makes
is much
sense.
easier to work with on that table than 195. And it is, it's not, I mean, again, it goes to Christie's point about, one of the things people appreciate about the Mississippi model is it's clear. And I think if you start coming out there going like, oh, you get 37.2 points if you're in this category, and you get, people are going, this feels like a Rube Goldberg machine. But if you have more tractable numbers to work with, I think it lands more favorably in the field. So let me propose this. Alan told me lunch is here. I know we're a few minutes before lunch, but it feels like we're at a pausing point in the conversation. So maybe we go ahead and grab some lunch. And kind of what I'd like to do is take the ideas that you guys have been giving voice to and put together a little table during lunch and show that to you after lunch to say this is what we might be looking at in high school. And I'd also like to put together a couple of ideas for how you could distribute those points in the readiness, because that's a big decision we haven't yet made yet. So we can pressure test those two things after lunch, and then we're doing great on time, because after that we're going to talk about the timeline, we'll do the round robin, and we're well on track to get to the journal done. So it's a little less than 10 minutes before the hour. Let's target coming back at like 12:45. Does that sound okay? Okay, have a good lunch. Everybody's had a chance to finish lunch and take a break. And what I might suggest we start with is during lunch, what I tried to do was just put some numbers to, I don't know why that sheet is acting like that. Let's see if I can get it to behave. Oh, goodness.
Just click the sheet at the bottom, click the readiness weight one, click the other one, and then click back over.
Oh, it sounds like you've dealt with that before.
Apple, we're bad.
Thank you. Let me see if I can expand it a little bit here. Well, maybe I'm already at that. There we go. So what I tried to do is just put some numbers to the recommendations that I heard people giving voice to before we broke for lunch. And I'll show you what I've got here. It shouldn't surprise anybody. So we're talking about the high school model, and these are the current points and the weights as a percentage. So these white columns are just status quo. It's just 95 points for reading, which is 9.5% of the influence of the 1,000-point model. And then as you go across, there's, I think, two things we talked about. And again, the reason I put this together is to give us something to work with if you think that some changes might be appropriate. This was one approach we talked about where we leave progress in language, English language progress alone at 50. That gives it a weight of 4.55%. And you'll see we put, we added the full 100 points to readiness. So now the denominator is 1,100 points, and you see the weights here. And no, I think folks are right. It's probably not the highest hurdle to get this past the feds, but I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know. But that's one approach. Everything else is exactly the same, and that's, I think, what we talked about before the break. And then over here is, well, let's say we want to keep English language progress at 5%. So you nudge that up to 55. And this one, I took it from readiness, so that's 190, which is a little bit rounder, more tractable number to work with. I didn't do anything with U.S. history on here, which I think honored where we were when we left. But you can see what the weights are. They're obviously very, very similar across each. So that's one thing for us to think about and talk about. And I'll go ahead and the reason it matters is because this will probably be the harder conversation. Going back into this now and saying, now how do you want to spend your 190 or 195 points? And whereas I think there are few degrees of freedom here, there are lots of degrees of freedom for here. And I wanted to at least seed it with some alternatives. And so here's, if we have 190 points to work with, one example of how that could work, where, so remember, acceleration is, we're gonna continue to draw the points like we used to. So we've got participation and performance. Those need to have some value, and they'll come together to give a maximum value for that category. And then, I just populated these cells with candidate points that I thought made sense, but so that we could have something to work with as a committee. And you can see examples of how you can differentiate across achievement. From 10 to 70, they go up in units of 20, except for 0 to 10, obviously. And then here on assessment, they go up in, go from 0 to 20, and then in units of 10. And then this is the same thing, except with 195 points. And I think the only thing I did different here was drop this in at 75 instead of 70. But again, all this is just clay in our hands that we can work with. And I might start with, and we can go back and forth as much as you like, but maybe I start with this, since this is probably the lower hanging fruit, and see what your reaction is to these overall model weights. And if the committee has a preference for either the yellow shaded or the blue shaded cells.
I mean, first bit of concern from the department standpoint, I think there's a lot of desire to do away with U.S. history, so we're kind of concerned about leaving that as is. And then what implications that would have if it went away in the future.
So an application would have to work out.
If it goes away after we do standard setting.
Mhm, yeah.
Because we're
I
gonna
mean,
do standard
that's-
setting.
Yeah.
It's kind of on our, one of our urgent topics to move, you know, like, but I think it, like, if we can get with Erin and like, we can ensure that it, we can address it through policy rather than law. And she's good with the questions that we have, then that will be quicker and easier for us to move forward with. I say easier, but we wouldn't have to wait until the legislative session to address it.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want us to go through the changes and then do standard setting and then it goes away.
So if it went into effect July 1 next year, just throwing something out, how would that work? I totally agree with your point there, Alan. Like, we just have to come back to the table and redo this stuff. We need to get step 1 right completely so we can move on. How would we have, we got to think about next, I guess it also matters the timeline we're on, right? So this is all going to go into effect if we can get this done, we're assuming 25, 26 results. So it wouldn't be applicable U.S. history at that point if something was passed in effect July 1, 2025.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible we would not have a U.S. history course assessment in 25, 26.
So we'd have 47.5 points or 50 points to play with.
Or,
What'd you say?
I said, or you can revisit, I don't want to go backwards, but you can revisit adding 100 to the model.
Yeah, just shift your history points to your readiness. That would be the cleanest thing.
It wouldn't give you much of a boost, but
it's the cleanest.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, if we think that seems like that's more of a realization that it's not going to be here than it's going to be, then I think we probably need to create the model as if it's not. If we feel like there's a greater than 50-50 shot it's not going to be here, then we probably should consider what y'all are saying and not consider it.
I mean, I can't accept that, but like, I think it's greater than a 50-50 chance that it's going away. It seems to be.
Let's roll with it. I mean, if it's not gonna be, I'm kinda like y'all, I don't wanna do all this work over if there's a greater than 50% chance it's not
I
gonna
mean,
be there.
I'll be honest, I like the cleanness of 1,000 points. If we just shift the history to readiness. I mean, that's
Students need to always have to pass. So let's be clear. Student needs to pass the class for sure. But U.S. history needs to always be a requirement for graduation.
Oh, yeah.
Class itself. Just, like back in the day, I'm old enough now, I can say back in the day. 12th grade English was the gatekeeper to getting out. We remember that, right? So, because we never want to diminish the importance of history. 100%. That is first and foremost. You hear that. But the other part, the conversation you're having now, I think you're definitely potentially on the right track.
Can you do a quick revision?
Sure. Sure. Yeah, it'll be easier to do it on my screen than here, so give me just a second.
I'm charged to get, charge Ryan on making it all. So we charge you for putting it all together. We got plenty of time.
Well, to keep it clean, there's 1,000 points. It's either 1,100 or 1,000. I think you gotta have and we drive it.
Okay. I think what we're talking about is what's now in the red shaded, let me do this trick again. In the red shaded, so now US history is not in the model, so it's 0. And it takes readiness to this strange 142.5. We could figure out a way to smooth that out, I think. But that's 14%, 14.25%, whereas currently it's 9.5%. So it's still a substantial.
On those others, graduation rate and the readiness component are about the same, so could you just do that in this scenario as well?
Yeah, tell me what you want to see.
We'll pull some of those points from graduation rate.
And put it into readiness.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Let's split the difference, make them the same.
Mr. Burber, I wouldn't think that, I wouldn't think that any component should be equivalent to graduation rate. I like that better. I just don't think that readiness should be equivalent to graduation rate. I like that percentage, the increase in the percentage for readiness, but not to be equivalent to graduation rate.
Well, readiness has graduation rate in it too, though. I mean, it has, you know what I mean? That's part of it. It's endorsements and it's calculated differently and so on. But it has a graduation component within it. What we have built right now.
Granted, there's some flexibility in when U.S. history is taught. In our district, but we do teaching in the junior year. What's nice about this, if the U.S. history test is no longer one aspect for students' graduation or accountability, it'd be really nice to where EOCs are finished by the end of the, hopefully, sophomore year at the latest. And then the second half of high school, you can focus truly on the
ACT.
readiness, the ACT, the work keys, the ASVABs, the whatever else it may be.
That's a great point.
So are folks suggesting down-weighting or up-weighting graduation rate? Keep it where it was, which was 190.
That's the most manipulated one we're going to hold them up.
And I think that was 140.
You know that's how these ones work. Anybody's got over 94% graduation rate, they want it.
So then when you redistribute the points for not having it, where's it going?
I mean, we're gonna have to have the deal on it out, right?
Yeah.
Because there's gonna always be schools.
Can you do it
that
without
don't.
EL so we can see what that looks like?
You guys are testing my on-the-fly spreadsheet skills here. Let me see.
I mean, the only thing that's wonky is that readiness component is 149.625, like, you know. It's a shame it can't be 150 even.
Yeah, we can, and we can, I mean, all that's pliable, I think. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be,
93% graduation rate, 20% proficiency.
stripping 50 points.
How does that happen?
Do that in proportion to the indicators.
Because you're only adding 2.5 then to readiness and 5 points to readiness. You're taking it from US history, so the 2.5 points would go back to readiness in science, and then 5 points to readiness. It's only 50 points, and the 50 points we took from history. 147.25 points.
Okay, this would be it here. I got it. So this column now is, if you drop the 50 points out and redistribute it, those numbers are nice and round and friendly.
That's what I like.
Yeah. So let's test what decisions we think we've made. It sounds like we've pivoted to where the task force's recommendation is, let's remove US history because there's a sense that it's not likely to be rescinded soon. Let's say that another way. It's likely it will be
It's like,
rescinded
right,
soon.
right.
And
Not like
so-
there would be opposition to it.
Yeah, and the task force is saying we should avoid continual disruption that might occur if you had to go back and do that again, so let's plan for it now. I think that's smart. So if we remove US history, and now we're back to a place where many members are suggesting, let's keep the 1,000 points the same, because that's a nice feature and contributes to stability, as does keeping other indicators stable, which gives us those 47.5 points to work with to bolster readiness. And, I mean, let's be honest, we always had somewhat intractable numbers without ELP. And you still have that here, but these are really, they fit very nicely when you don't have EL. But I guess the main point is, are the weights looking the way you would want and hope them to look? Does it give readiness enough of a boost? Okay, I see some nods. So, all right, now I gotta go fix that other table, so, yeah. Why don't I, if you guys are give me just another 5 minutes. Why don't I try to populate that 142.5 in a readiness table, and let's see what that looks like.
Why don't you just do it with the round number of 150?
I can.
So then it's a
Yeah, and then-
contraction rather than an addition.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. 150. The easiest way to do this. Yeah, there's just so many ways to do it. That it's, I'll just try to. Okay, I'll just put one up, and we can edit that one together. Put that down. Doesn't distract us. So, enlarge it just a tiny bit more. So what I did here is, so acceleration was 80, now it's 60, and it's 30 points for each. And I kept this at 70. Again, this is where I said there's just so many choices now, because I think we want, this group has always said you want assessment to be the least influential. Just depends on how much, I think in the past we had like a 2-to-1 ratio. You could move that down to 60 if you wanted and make assessment 30. And that, that'd certainly be a choice. But yeah, I'd love to hear feedback. And of course, pay attention to how this is playing out as well, how they're graduating from different point values. This goes up in units of 20, starting with 10. This goes up in units of 5, but starts with 10. Maybe a place to start is what kind of influence do you want assessment to have? Right now, that's what? That's 20 over 150, a little more than 13%, as I said. Yeah, that's 13%. This is almost half. And this is the rest.
So we're lowering, basically lowering on that assessment with the ACT is 50 points now.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're lowering it 20 points.
It could be, that does seem like a pretty dramatic reduction.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah. So 90 points to work with, even would be 45 and 45.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
I mean, you want this simplistic thing.
It's simplistic.
You could go 50-50.
50-50.
Yeah.
And that way, the simpler the model is.
And you don't have to have that discussion.
And then one thing.
Because I'm thinking I'm already thinking how to explain this to people.
Yeah.
And principles and stuff. And I'm just gonna explain those three as three separate components.
So
Not
essentially.
whether you have it on your.
And you can think about it this way.
diagram or not.
You're taking your U.S. history points and just putting it to that achievement section. Essentially, you're shifting it, so you're keeping acceleration and assessment the same. And you're adding your U.S. history to the achievement. And that, to me, is simpler to say to explain.
Should go down in more units here, should go.
So basically, that keeps acceleration the exact same, assessment the exact same, we just add the grad endorsement.
So you're just taking your US history and adding it to the grad
Grad
endorsement.
endorsements, yeah, it's a straight swap.
It's pretty clean that way.
And also too, Lawrence pointed out, and I agree, like, we're gonna get reading in there and not just English for ACT, right? Are we gonna have a reading, the reading benchmark scores? We just don't have it up
It was
there.
an and/or.
It's a-
But, you know, we have the or
Either
situation
18
now, if you just wanna
English
make
or
note of that, like, 'cause right now, you know, it's, you meet the college benchmark in English or reading, so it should stay that way.
So the 18 in English and 22 in reading?
Reading test is hard.
So whatever you add for reading, just match it to math, since that stays on the same timeline.
That's in there now, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think any changes are contemplated, so that's right.
Another thing, on that 50-point assessment category, it says ACT Work Keys Gold with industry certification. That's not how it currently is. It's silver with an industry cert, gold or platinum standalone.
Yeah, but you get the 35 points for the silver, you'll get 50 points for the gold. Is that what you?
Right, but right now, here's my objection to with industry certification. So in our school district, we share a CTE center with New Albany. And we have several students who can't get into year 2 because of not enough seats.
We do too.
Right, but like it's really, we have tons of gold certificates that can't get into a second year to get that industry cert.
Yeah, so I think what you're asking, and thank you for bringing it up, is industry certification is not currently tethered
It's not.
to gold. And do you want to tether that to this level?
And I will make another clarification point like the reading. Right now, it's industry certification or pathway completed. So we need to
Right.
leave those options in there too.
On the silver. Yeah.
But isn't that, I'm sorry, I've been out the Vote game for a minute. Pathway completion is 2 years.
Correct.
So if he was just stating that that they're not able to get into the second part.
Yeah, it don't
you're
help
not
this
gonna-
problem.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
I want
Okay,
that.
okay.
Yeah, it don't help this situation.
I want the width on the gold part completely.
Because there are some
Just
programs
ACT
that
work
don't have
keys.
second. Okay.
Not regardless of industry.
We said ACT Work Keys Gold is equivalent basically to
23, 25.
the college.
So one thing, kind of to the point you're making, I think it's a good point. We only have certifications associated, because again, House Bill 1388 says we have to use SWIB's list. And so that really only encompasses 24 of our 48 skill level programs. And so that is a good point. You may have kids in other programs. There is no cert to
Right.
associate that with. Should they be, you know, I think you're making a really good point, that's something to think about. We requested a technical amendment last year to House Bill 1388 that would make the SWIB list only count for the grant that you receive back for each one of those certifications you earn. What we requested was that MDE retain the authority to determine what certifications count in accountability. The SWIB list would count for the money that you get back as a district. And it made it through both committees, and it got to the end and died. We are requesting that again this year. So we're gonna keep pushing that, because we think we should have the authority to say, you know, they're pulling culinary and early childhood off. So you actually have 2 program areas that are coming off after this year. We feel like we should have the authority to say, y'all may not recognize those, but we do. So we're working on that as well, just
You mentioned mentioned the aerial systems. Is that not gonna be one of the ones that?
It's on there, the FFA Part 107, it's on there, it's just not live until, we won't be purchasing it and live until this school year, because it's part of the second half of the program credits 3 and 4, and we just got that curriculum approved this spring, so it is now live this year, and so the FFA Part 107 will be part of that process, part of those credentials this school year, end of this school year.
I got one observation. If we look in and take into consideration for this component, the GED and the 5th year graduate, do we need to have some conversation on how those students affect the graduation rate, since we're talking about them on one side? How would they?
We can't, because it's in
State
It's
law
a
to
federal-
use the federally defined four-year
Four-year
graduation.
For that?
Yeah.
But they can get,
Yeah,
be
points.
included this way? Okay,
Yeah.
that's all I was asking.
This is technically a school quality student success indicator.
Graduation rate, something like that.
So I think where I didn't hear a resolution, I want to make sure I understand the issue and see if we can get to a resolution, is does industry certification or pathway completion belong here? Is that the question? Or is the question, does it belong in either cell?
What's currently in the silver is not in the gold.
Yeah.
And
I
where
would
does
be in
plat?
favor, I'd be in favor of removing,
Fit in.
I'd be in favor of removing the with industry certification from the 50 point, that goal, I mean, it's not tied to it now.
So the only place industry certification would be, is at 35?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, what, you just put silver in 35 and then add silver with industry certification in 50. I'm just throwing stuff out, you know what I'm saying, like
Right now, silver with industry cert is getting you
full credit.
full credit.
Yeah, and so that's why I say put it to the 50 and just put silver on 35 without
Are you
the
gonna
extra.
put in the 25?
Oh, yeah.
Silver without the certification and pathway completion. So that means you could have a first year,
Yeah, you got silver.
you have a first year that you can turn around and say, okay, I got a point for that one, where, well, the 20 points for it. But if you go and you have a person, a student who has the silver and they have to get the certification, now you have the 35. Typically, you're not gonna have that with the first year. Like his issue that he's gonna have is that he's only gonna be able to bank that 20-point section because he's sharing a center. So I know it's gonna be darn if you do, darn if you don't, but I guess we're just trying to see which one would you rather have.
So you have silver with industry, gold.
I'm thinking what Alan
Then
said
go
about
with industry.
platinum made me think of something else. Are we reading these tables as like, at least, for example,
Yeah.
if a child scores gold and doesn't have an industry credential, then he at least, where he fits there is ACT Work Key Silver, period. So you get 25 points because he doesn't have the industry credential to get you to 35. Is that how we're reading that? Like you have to meet the at least standard, or?
Yeah, I guess my question is, what are we trying to incentivize? Are we trying to incentivize kids having an industry credential or certification, so when they walk out, they can walk in and say, I'm already certified or credentialed? Or do we just care if they score well on the math and reading part of the work? So if we really care about whether or not they're credentialed, we should keep that requirement, because that's what's the important thing when they leave high school, right? So from that perspective, I think we need to think about why we have ACT work keys in here and why we originally started with the industry certification or credentialing process, because that's what gets them something. Work keys, silver and gold doesn't get them a guarantee.
So to that point, what Chris is saying then, if we do it that way, then a platinum without a certification would only get you, what, 20 points, is that right? Is that what we're saying?
Well, right now platinum's not in there.
But that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
we're reading this like an at least.
Yeah, but why are, I think this is like not to test every kid on work keys. Why are kids taking work keys?
Because
More and more
Industry
businesses are requiring it
certification.
for job applications. There's more businesses now that are requiring it just to apply.
Economic alliances want to pull more business to their area. The only way they could prove that they have the employable people there was the number of work keys or the results from the work keys. The work keys only proves that you have employable people. The certification says that a person can actually complete this particular career task. So there are two different pieces. One is to ensure that the person can complete these engineering tasks or these whatever they're going to task. Work keys only proves that you have people you can pull to actually hire for your business.
And we may end up, I'm sorry, with the state law that requires us for all students to take the work keys. It was in a bill that died last year.
And you have different levels of participation regionally. You know way more about it than I do.
That's only because we're
Right.
a silver work keys area. And that only was because we were pulling in industry. And the first thing they're gonna ask is, well, what is your percentage? So now our Economic Alliance has this huge presentation. Hey, we're 9%, silver work, whatever it is. So now you have that buy-in that if I come and put out this money in your community, I actually have people that I can hire, which is what they were saying was the issue. But for me as an educator was, if I'm saying that this child can go out and do this industry, what can they take with them tangibly in their hand and do that? It wasn't the work keys, because they didn't even know what I was talking about. But if I told them that I am Program Plus or whatever, that was something that was able to give them those next steps to be able to get that better pay.
We're Work Keys County as well. We have over 130 employers in our county that require the work keys. Chevron, Ingalls, First Chemical, Singing River Power, all of those places require every employee to have the work keys, but regardless of college degree or whatever, they require the work keys.
Our school district now says that they have, the sub has to take the work keys.
Ours as well.
So it's
Teacher
different.
assistants, secretaries.
Our community doesn't put that much emphasis on it, but we're working on trying to get them agreed upon what the work key says. But you take Toyota, for example, they don't require the work keys, but I think Nissan down here values it. So I mean, it's different. You said Chevron, Ingalls, all those other employers.
Some at Mars and USU, of an hour or so.
Jackson County is nothing but industry along the coast, so
Right.
everybody, it's an important, employable pest.
Right, so we've got a lot of things on the table here, but, so I'm just going back and reminding myself, the current college and career readiness components, remember, doesn't distinguish between gradations. It's 50% English or reading, plus 50% ACT math, and then it gives the ACT Work Keys Silver with industry certification, or ACT Work Keys Gold or Platinum, right? So what we were trying to do when we put this together was create these gradations. And I think that's why, and again, you should inspect this and make sure this is what you agree, that the 35 points is an or statement. So if you're at that readiness benchmark in reading, and I added reading to English, which makes sense, that's consistent. English, reading, or math. This one is English or reading and math, because it's a step up. Again, you should inspect that and say if that's what you think is distinguishes the 35 from the 50. Similarly, there was a sense that this should represent steps up, that you just get silver, you get silver with pathway completion, and then you get gold, and then we're talking about with or without completion. And then, you could say, no, I think 50 points ought to be platinum. That's the conversation we should have. We should make sure these steps are the right steps in your judgment.
So I have a question. So on the original for the 30 or the middle points, it was English and math. So should it be English or reading and math? Like you have in the next one, because those two are the same.
For the 35 box, for the 35 box, it should really just be English and reading is
The scores step up, that's what we did before. Yeah, we stepped up the scores.
College and Career Readiness Center says either or.
Right now, on that document, the 15 and 20 are basically the same.
Not me.
You have it right, because it's English or reading or math, you're gonna get the
18 or
35,
22.
the way it works.
We need to call her ready for standards.
And then it's English or reading and math over 50 to match what we're doing now, so you have it right.
But you're right about. where
She's
it
right,
was.
because those two say
Yeah.
the same thing. 15 and 20 points say the same thing right now. On that one. On the other one, there's a
The other one, you're
distinction.
right.
Yeah, what this does, the other one is, this is the only or statement. And then it goes to and.
No.
I'm saying this is the way it was. Whether we think this was good or not is another question.
But that's the same thing. 30 and 40 right now in your box are the same exact thing. Because 18 is the benchmark for English and 22 is the benchmark
I got you.
for math.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, so now let's go back to the other document, which is, this is a little less than the benchmark,
Right.
and it's an or statement. This is the benchmark, and it's still an or statement, but Christie's right to point out it wasn't before.
Right.
And that's something
Well,
we
it
should.
was at 0.5. Like, so a student in the numerator has three options right now, 0, 0.5, and 1.
Yeah.
And if they read English or reading or math, they get 0.5. If they read English or reading and math, they get 1, so we have it way out perfectly.
Yeah.
And you probably need to add reading to that first 20-point block too, right?
Well, I don't know. What is reading number here? I mean, that's to keep you from having to take remedial English and remedial math in college. I don't know what
May not
the,
be
I've never seen a
Yeah,
reading number
yeah,
there.
true.
That's
think
a great
we're-
point, though. I mean, it should match math, stay on the same timeline with math.
Yeah.
It should be, ACT reading 19 should be an option for 20. I agree.
And then let's look at this again, friends. Are we still, is gold right, and is pairing it with the certification or pathway right?
I would think that would be equivalent to what we currently have for getting to the point, which would be gold or platinum, and it's not tied to a
I
certification.
agree. I agree. Just take off with industry certification.
If they could get the maximum now without it, with gold or platinum.
So just, so I know some districts do test everybody in work keys, but districts that don't test everyone in work keys, are they going to be testing everyone in work keys now if there isn't that additional requirement?
You know what we could put in the 20 box is bronze with an industry certification or CTE pathway. We could do that, because right now that gets you nothing. Just like 17 or 19 would get you nothing.
I don't think bronze is a good enough measure.
I mean, it's incentivizing industry certification pathway. You gotta put something in 20 bucks. And I mean, it incentivizes, I mean, right now at ACT, nobody's getting any credit for that right there, that's sitting there at 20. No. I don't know, I'm not comfortable leaving bronze alone.
No.
If I'm gonna be straight up. I think we would need to pair with industry certification or CT pathway.
Okay, so I think most of the adjustments we've been making so far, people need to say if you agree, reflect consensus. I want everybody to look at this closely. But what, I haven't done anything with bronze yet, and Ryan's put an idea on the
Well, I
table.
thought Matt's point was he wanted what's in 35 to be in 52. Isn't that your point?
My original argument was to take the industry cert off of the 50.
And we have.
Which is what we
have.
Which now, in case if they got gold, will be good, right?
Yes.
Right.
Regardless, right?
Right, just like it is now.
Right.
Okay, I'm fine with the way it lays out. I thought you wanted.
No,
So I think the question is 20 points, silver without any certification or pathway is what gets you 20 points now. I think Ryan has suggested we think about bronze with cert or pathway.
No, I'm fine with leaving it alone
Okay.
if Matt's good there. I thought he was wanting to combine 35 and 50.
A lot of no, head shaking no on this side of the room.
I was trying to find you
Okay.
something for the 20-point box while ago.
All right. It does graduate. I mean, it does step up as we go. So that's, and obviously we'll make sure it steps up in ways that make sense to everybody. We're doing a lot of important work quickly here, so sit with this, colleagues. Make sure you look at this carefully.
While we're back on this, we've added in the GED and the fifth year graduate in the achievement category up there, that did not previously exist. And Heather, will you speak to the additional opportunity in that category?
So some of you may be familiar with your community colleges offer what's called the MyBest program. It's actually through their adult ed center, or y'all, I'm assuming, is anybody aware of it? Okay. So it's actually through the adult ed center, but they offer a competency-based, I'll tell you exactly what, a competency-based diploma. So they complete 15 credit hours, silver on the worksheet, and receive a competency-based diploma. So I know, I'll give you one example. I know Oxford High School works very closely with Northwest Community College. And Daniel will tell you, Heather, I know they're dropouts, but I know they're going to a program that's going to help the students when they leave. Because they assign them a counselor and so forth. So when I saw GED up there, I would like to consider a possibility of the students that enter into the MyBest, and My is MI, if you're looking up MyBest program, because they're earning a competency-based diploma through the community colleges. So that could possibly be within that 10. I told Alan we worked a MOU for data sharing agreement between the community college board a few years ago. I think that would be an easy data piece. I know right now it's only 10 points, but ultimately it's about the students. And so we're trying to help them get to their next step. And MyBest is an absolutely great program that all 15 community colleges offer. I hear a lot about, well, you have this and you don't have this today. All 15 offer that program across the state.
How is that, like kid goes to that, how long does that take?
It's up to the student, just like anything else. I did check. I said, do most kids earn, because y'all are trying to get it within that 5th year.
Right.
Most kids, she said a lot of kids do earn that within that first year, the 15 hours. So it's very possible. So you would still catch those kids that within that first year within your parameters.
So does that get reported back to the school?
We would have to do an MOU between MDE and MCCB, the Community College Board. Because right now there's no data sharing agreement, but that is possible. We've done that before.
What's the age requirement for this?
It's 17, I think, so somewhere, and I'll double check on that. But you're catch, sometimes you have the kids that are just not gonna make it, but we don't wanna leave them out there. And this puts them, they work towards an industry certification, they go through a CTE program within the community college.
So now you said it's something we can incorporate through our GED program?
It's not through the GED program, it's totally separate.
What did you say about GED, you said?
You have GED up there for 10 points up there, GED or 5th year graduate. This would be in addition to.
Oh, okay, in
This
addition
would be in
to, okay.
addition to that. So just to think, because ultimately, again, it's about what we're doing to help our kids make that next step to post-secondary transition, whether it's certificate, 2-year, 4-year, or whatnot. And this would be another route for those students.
What would be your recommendation of where to put it?
She said 10 points.
I mean,
Put it in addition to the GED one? And
Yes,
10
it
points?
would be in
Okay.
addition to, so we're not just saying it's the GED program that's tied to your district. It would be a program that's tied to the community college, but again, we can receive the data. That's something you want us to look into. And I know that adult ed program, and Alan and Paula, if you want me to, if y'all needed more information, I could have the adult ed representative from MCCB speak to you more in detail about that at a later date, because I do think we don't promote it as much as we need to.
Can you tell me the name of the program again?
MyBest, and it's MI, MyBest.
Heather, you said for that program, they earn a
Competency-based diploma.
Okay. And would we want to say that instead of MyBest in case there are other programs comparable that award the same thing?
I don't know how you would measure it. Here's the thing, I don't know how you would measure it, because, right, I can say MyBest because we know we could have a data sharing. So I don't know how MDE would receive data to validate a student that earned a competency diploma.
One way we could do this, and again, it's up to this committee, not to me, is you could say, because I really appreciate kind of where you're coming from there, you could say GED or qualifying competency-based program, e.g. My Best. And that empowers the department to determine what qualifying means. But I'll open the floor here, yeah.
And I'll just say, because kids that earn a GED, we don't know what happens to them. And this, we say that we know where they're having support for that next step, and those are the students that need them most support often.
I personally and professionally like this. Going back to what Christy always pulls us back to, exactly what we're trying to do with our young people. I know we're gonna make decisions because we wanna try to squeeze as many points as we can out. But if we're gonna truly adhere to what we say we come to work for, and that's for the betterment of our future, then that is just another way of, we just talked about how we threw work keys or we threw ASVAB in, all the schools will try to jump on it to grab the points. Well, this is another way that we know they're gonna try to grow and grab those points, but want to push a subgroup up to ensure that they are, productive citizens. So I like that because I've worked with My Best before, and it's always kind of disappointing that the school can't get the points, but it is a pleasure to see those young people still being successful.
I have a, so with the GED as well as My Best, is this within the school's control?
The school doesn't control My Best. The school doesn't control My Best. So you're just tracking it, tracking the young person as they go up to the junior college. And they typically, if you have a relationship, they'll provide you the data saying that, hey, 10 came from your school and 9 were successful. But you have to be intentional about getting the data.
So it's nothing that the school does,
Not the main school.
but they're earning points for it.
There's no points for it. It would be points for it.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out is, if this isn't within the school's control, should it be part of an accountability system?
Dual credit is.
This is like a bonus type thing, with anything else. I mean, honestly, dual credit's not what it's supposed to be, these are the points for it.
Well, and that goes to what you just said.
The only thing I would bring up too would be longest and last. When you think about, in the area I am, a kid could have been at this school for this amount and dropped out, and been with me for a while and dropped out. We'll be fighting over 10 points, if need be, so that's something to think about as well. How we measure, if he was, she was with me last, would that be the one that counts, or would it be who he was, or she was with the longest?
I would think it would be the same as anything that when you release into control and you take ownership of a student, that's your student.
Yeah, and I just know we have to consider that, that's kind of.
You have exactly what she just stated. Not every school district has an in-house GED program. So if you have a student that leaves from my school, goes and complete the GED program at Wynn Job Center within that 5-year time, would I get that point?
Yeah, I think it's an esoteric question about what exactly the school has control over. I've heard people debate this one at length. But I think what I hear people trying to do is distinguish outcomes that are valued from dropout. And that the student is on a path that might lead to more promising post-secondary opportunities. Things that incentivize that could be valued. And again, I'm trying to choose my words carefully because I'm not, I don't want to try to tip the scales or anything like that. But yeah, I think that's a different thing to say, like what the school has or doesn't have control over, right? I mean.
So my point earlier too is they don't have control over dual credit, but yet it's fought over quite contentiously across the state for points. So because each community college offers various dual credit, and they're tied to their district with that community college. So that's the only other point that I would make. But
Well, when we added GED in that, the intent was that it would be through the district, a GED program.
through the district. We currently only consider GEDs issued by the district. So, I mean, we would definitely need some guardrails here if we were going to consider something in addition, such as My Best. First of all, something that we can ensure the quality of, and second, that we can ensure the validity of the data that we receive. So,
Well, I also think it just sets a little bit of a slippery slope unless you're specifically referring and participating in the program to be held accountable for things that are essentially out of your control. I mean,
so one question would be, to what extent, and this may be for you, to what extent do districts influence students' participation in My Best?
To what extent? I think it's an option, just like if you were gonna advise a student to get their GED, here's an option for you. Would y'all agree?
I got kids, or we got GED program, I got kids that's overaged. We trying our best to get them this other option, because we just can't even see the finish line. And they just don't wanna enter it, but this may be an alternative. I have students, I got a program that we got up and running, had our first GED graduates this year, and we're still struggling to get people to enter the program, but this may be another option. So I like just having the options, whether it will benefit me or not. I didn't get anything from my GED graduates this year, but I still support that program though.
Yeah, if an outcome of a decision like this means more counselors are having more conversations about more things like this, we could be doing some good in the state.
This would also be something too for your career coaches to be a part of in the state as they're advising students post-secondary period. There's a lot that could be had. It's just like everything you said today, where this measure gets done, and we all know that this model drives everything. And I'll just say this, 21% of the overall enrollment for our community college is now dual enrollment students for the state. So take that in for a moment. And you know why? It's because of this. And that's only 50 points of a 1,000-point model.
So while we're on the achievement side, I do have a question. When we presented options for today, the achievement option was up there. So just having missed the last meeting, end of April, beginning of May, in the prior meetings to that one, we had looked at a lot of different options of what to include in the model. So back in the end of April, beginning of May meeting, did we decide we were going to this is the one we would settle on if we would look at something else? Is that why it's up there, the achievement component? Instead of, let's say, more work-based internships or whatever else it may be, or portfolios or whatever. Was it decided last time we were going to look at the diploma options as being the option that we would put in?
I don't remember exactly when it happened, but I do remember at one point the task force was of a shared voice about the importance of these endorsements in the model. Yeah, now whether that was intended to elbow out anything else I don't think that's the case. I don't think people were trying to exclude anything. I think there's more of an interest in trying to include important accomplishments.
The reason, Greg, is because this is easily measurable, and those other things weren't. And then this is an achievement. It's an action that's not a test. It's a result, probably a better word. And so that's why it did end up, and there was unanimous in favor of that method, as opposed to all those things that we talked about that you addressed that may tell a bigger story, but in the end, how do you measure it? And how do you make it equitable? Like we're talking about equity here, like those things have lots of equity, quality issues across different places.
Let me, again, I'm up here typing. I'm not the decision maker, this committee is. You saw me enter some candidate text in that GED cell. What do folks think about that? The way what it reads now, from back here, GED or qualifying, I don't even know if I cut the words right back then, I called it a competency-based program, such as My Best. I realize that I'm punting on the word qualifying. It's something that the department would have to make a decision about.
We already do that.
Yeah.
Such as acceleration.
But the intent would be to, if there are pursuits that students who probably have cumulative deficits in credit earning are doing to try to get on track, and this is an example of one, that it would, honestly, 10 points is modest, but it maybe sends a signal. But again, others weigh in. Is this something that you support or not? I see some nods, so let me say, is there anybody who does not support this? Leave it in. Thank you. I think we may have a candidate readiness index here. So let's just pause a moment and see if we're reaching a point of saturation in our comments here. Okay. We'll write all this up, try to do it a little more attractively than I'm doing on the spreadsheet here in front of you. And I'm sure we'll be coming together to talk about other things, like, for example, is it Matt, you reminded me about the growth issue. That's something that I think we're going to need to talk about in the future. So,
And we'll add the JROTC endorsement.
okay. We've got a little over an hour left. I actually think we are pretty close to covering what we need to cover. Let me get back to the presentation and tell you what else we had to talk about today. So we did the weighting. We didn't have to go into those forms and do rankings, so that's good. Yeah, this is the last topic, and this is something that Task Force has been asking about for some time. So we put together kind of people have been saying, hey, can we see the big picture, the timeline? And so we took a shot at doing that, and we're inviting your comments here. So here we are, dangerously close to the fall of '24. In fact, you could probably say we are in the fall of '24, and we need to complete proposed revisions to the accountability model. I think we're in a small window to get that done. Then building up to and in the spring of '25, Alan and Deborah and his amazing team will need to develop business rules, do an analysis of impact. I'm still putting summer '25 out there as the first time that we'll be able to set performance standards, because we'll have a revised model and we'll have a year of, and maybe even that should be fall of '25, but when there are data based on the '24-25 year that reflect the changes that we're talking about now, I think that's what needs to go into setting standards. And then coming out of that, in the fall of '25, so about a year from today, we should be able to communicate to the field about this is the model, these are the performance thresholds, and then it wouldn't be until summer/fall of '26, whatever the cycle of release is, that those first results based on the new model will be available. So that's the candidate timeline for your comments.
So like next summer, it would be kind of like the year that we were having to do the EO component, where we did your official accountability and then your unofficial accountability based on that first version of the EO component that you would look at, and then we decide from there going into the next
That's what I
year.
was asking Alan for clarification on earlier. So we would have one more release of official results based on the cuts that are currently approved and published.
Yeah, I don't know that we would have cuts when we release. I guess it depends on what data we use to set standards. Will we use this year's data to set standards?
That's what's implied by this schedule. This is implied, and it may be different what you're thinking, Dr. Annifer, in which case
Well,
we.
using with the new rules, like running two sets of results, the results by the approved business rules now, and that would be what your official classifications were assigned on, and then have a set of results with the new business rules, and use those results to set the standards like we did to Ron's point with the EL.
And the second, the unofficial, may or may not have a letter grade beside it, because we're doing that at that same time.
That's right,
We'll
that's
be
right.
using that to set letter
That's
grades,
what we'll
but
be
you just
using
see what
to
it looks like
establish the
side by
class.
side.
And then we have to come back to that whole conversation about the methodology for the standard setting, right? To determine if we use the hybrid, what is the criteria piece for that?
And we'll have likely have a new assessment vendor in between of this, right?
That's right. But right.
But the standards.
The standards haven't changed yet. So, like, and kind of what's, with that piece of the conversation, we've commissioned this study for the ACT piece, so hopefully we will have knowledge early on in the legislative session, an idea. Well, we may have an idea later this fall when we talk about it, because when you consider the factors, I mean, the unintended consequences, I mean, it sounds wonderful to use the ACT if it were a plug and play and we knew we would get approval from the feds without changing our standards, without augmenting the test. And so if it saved money, reduced assessments, gave students college reportable scores, I think everybody's all for that. But then where the concern comes in is if it doesn't save us money, if it doesn't reduce testing and the scores are non-college reportables, I don't think anybody is for that.
I'm thinking about the fact that, and I get the standards will be the same, but is there any concern that we will be setting new standard scores on an assessment that's been in place for 10 years and then utilizing a brand new vendor on the assessment, even though the standards are the same?
Well, right,
Is there
but
any
our
concern?
our testing blueprints haven't changed.
Well, it
I mean,
shouldn't.
until,
If you use a blueprint, use a.
that's right, so nothing's changed.
Nothing
And then like,
changes.
what we have now is our intellectual property. I mean, it transfers from, one vendor to another. And so until we change the content standards, we wouldn't be
Yeah, I'm confident
developing
it'll
an
be a
assessment.
well-equated, comparable test.
If you follow the same performance level, it should be good.
That's right, that's
Same
right.
blueprint, it shouldn't matter where you take the test, it's just the same test.
Cause I would think,
Theoretically.
Because we
But
won't have a need.
familiarity with the platform, familiarity with
Oh, yeah.
other things like that, we all know play a variable in
But we
how
won't,
students perform too, right?
Yeah, but
To some
they're
extent.
familiar on the science and history side if we use DRC. I mean,
That's right.
So, I mean,
May not be-
to me, we can manage that and find a practice platform that.
But I mean,
mimic.
we're not gonna have a new, essentially we have a new standards. I mean, it's like US history was 2021 and science was the year before the pandemic.
If that ACT bill passes,
Nobody's
scratching the whole
so, I mean, just, because that's,
Well,
then we
I
gotta
mean,
change everything.
if we
just
don't,
did.
I mean, if the ACT bill passes, I mean, we likely wouldn't use the science component of the ACT because it's not aligned to our standards, or it's not a science, technically a science assessment. And then we would have to add the writing, so that adds another assessment. To that, so we would continue with the biology vendor if we don't use science. And if we are gonna administer Algebra 1 to 7th through 9th graders, we'll have to keep the Algebra 1 in the course test to test students 7 through 9 because ACT is not gonna count but for 10 through 12. And so we'd likely be giving Algebra 1 and biology to students in 8th or 9th grade, and then the biology assessment to anybody 10, 12. And then add the writing, and what else was it? Add the
Pre-ACT secure.
pre-ACT to measure growth, because we have to have a growth measure. And so when
And
you
then-
start having those conversations, then it's like more testing.
And then let's look at the proficiency cuts on the ACT. So just as an example, Alabama's proficiency cut on math on the ACT is a 19, science a 20, and ELA is a 19.
And we have, like, using the 17 that had no basis except they just showed 17 in lieu of passing the test, so that most students that don't pass the IMSA course now do not have the 17 on the to use it. Our pass rates go to about 40 to 50% on our first time pass rates for students. And so then you've got the expense of the retest to meet graduation requirements, and the LEAs, like not the legislature, but the LEAs have made it clear that they would want the ACT, if it were in the course, to still count as graduation requirements, so that students would have a vested interest in performing well. And the legislature's intent was to let the state board promulgate those rules, but many districts have had a conversation with the board members about not allowing into course to be graduation requirements. Just for the same reason Ron said, if we're going to keep giving the test for graduation, it needs to be an accountability, so that, and vice versa. So it's a lot to think about on the ACT. It seems simple, but then when you start like implementing, and then the time that it takes to get through peer review and all the analyses required for submission, it's expensive.
Do you have questions or comments about this proposed timeline?
I was going to add, they do have one more test, it's called the HISET, HISET. So if you wanted to use it or other. So if they didn't enter into the actual MyBest program, they have the high school, it's actually GED's competitor, HISET, and that our community colleges use.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to move us forward to the last topic, which is really just our opportunity to hear from you before we adjourn. I think we need that slide. Since I started, I think we started introductions around this way, we'll start the final words around this way. Yeah, you see, is there something that you recommend we follow up on? Is there a new topic you recommend that we take up? So help us, please, identify our priorities for future meetings. Tim, you want to get us started? You don't have to say anything, it's okay. Yeah.
The only thing I wanted to share was thank you all, and if you, as you review preliminary files, if you need technical assistance, please reach out. I'd be happy to help.
Thank you, sir.
I would say, we had a conversation, maybe it was the last time, Wendy Clemens was here discussing it. As we were talking about national search, I'd say, Brett just mentioned that we're losing 2, and either CTE programs will have the options to have a national cert, or they'll have some type of embedded work-based learning. We need to be able to see how we can measure both. Of course, we're already measuring the national search, but the work-based learning piece as well. So I think we need to bring that back up. We did talk about it as stated, but we never did revisit that piece. So the work-based learning piece and what that would look like in the model.
Okay.
So as always, I do want to extend my sincere thank you for the support of the department. Anytime we call, Ms. Tim, Alan has always been great, so I definitely want to make sure I continue to extend that, and then just the opportunity to be in the space. I saw while you were adjusting the model and everything on the screen, ASVAB went away or was deleted in some instances, and I'm okay either way, you know, I'm for the linking or whatever. But I would love to have further conversation or research about the scoring, whether it's comparable to the other assessments, you know, and actually how many of our students are taking the ASVAB and really going on to the military or something like that. I did, while I was sitting in this space, text my ROT person, director, that's over it, just curious of the numbers. Alan, I will continue to email him about the reporting from DRC, so you received that email from me. So I really want us, while I do know that this may be possibly 1 year with DRC, the reporting piece is very important to districts, not even just mine, but some of the other districts that I kind of speak with. So we'll follow up on those.
Thank you for mentioning about the ASVAB. I did not mean in any way to imply that we had sunset the ASVAB altogether. I think what I took from the meeting was that we were going to look for ways to roll into that achievement piece and embed it into those. So thank you. And just your mentioning it is so helpful because it makes sure I don't overlook that in our notes. So thank you.
Appreciate the conversation today about minor adjustments so that we can continue to measure longitudinally how we're moving the market in Mississippi. So I'm excited about the direction we're going.
Nothing really other than what was said earlier about the growth piece, in the low 25. It's just something that is a concern for my district for sure. I'm sure others as well. So I want to revisit that.
Related to the low 25, your explanation of how the low 25 covered all the subgroups and made sure that we're achieving gaps, nobody's ever really put it that way. That was a great explanation of why to support it, and so I appreciate that. And I will be meeting with our community college next week and building a partnership for...
It's your adult ed piece.
That's right. I love that, and just continue to look at that.
No comment.
It was good today. It was good. I like the conversation here today. Thank you again for just allowing me to be part of this. And I'm glad that we're trying to keep it simple and not go so advanced and add too anything good.
Good conversations.
Thank y'all for doing this. And starting early because it sounds like we got a lot to do.
Well, I'm glad Matt joined the group. I think he echoed something that I've been throwing out there for a long time with the 3 C's or whatever. But I do think at some point we really need to look at how those 3's are really impacting schools and accountability versus reflecting the true identity of that school and what's going on in that particular school. And I was over with Mr. Scott early, and I was pulling up one of my schools up at Elementary that dropped to a C this year, which is heartbroken. But I mean, I turned around like 60 people that's trying to jump the line or come from wherever to enroll their kids in that school because it is a top flight school. But they had 65 proficient and 55, 50, whatever, in different categories. But a lot of the low 25s are 3Bs, and we just can't grow them beyond, we're struggling to grow them. And so our low 25, we averaging like 32 points. But the proficiency like 65, 55 or something. And for our region, that's not bad. You know, and that school is doing well, but they drop into a C, and it just doesn't reflect what's really going on. And it's because they have, in most of their grade levels, they're 75 to 85%, 3 and above. And it's just not reflecting. And I'm just trying to keep the momentum and trying to keep everybody focused. Don't worry about that, which that's the only thing we worry about. And let's just try to figure out a way to move them. Because if we move the 3's, we're not gonna just, it's gonna be historical, but we're just trying to figure out a way to do it though. But
I like the idea of the simplicity, as we've kind of talked about with the model of keeping the main thing the main thing. I think it's important for us to keep a little continuity, especially because we have so many new administrators across the state. And the more complex that we come in and get with the model, I think that we take away from the focus of what administrators are trying to do in the schools. And so I think that by us keeping it how it is so that they can focus on the current model for the most part. I think that's important for what's better for our students and our staff, so that, we can focus on growing our students, as he says, the things that we really need to focus on, besides trying to come in and focus on so many different changes in the model and trying to, rebuild things. I just think it's important to be focused on, what's going on in the building and the students and the environment and climate and culture.
I'm so excited that we're keeping the main thing the main thing. And growth, the bottom 25% growth was not altered at all. Very excited about that. I was concerned coming here today that chronic absenteeism was going to be brought up again. I don't want it, but I was concerned because of all of the press about it lately, that it was going to be included in, or it was going to be brought up. So I'm glad it wasn't, and I'm very happy, with the way the meeting turned out today.
Same, I thought we made some good progress. I thought today's meeting was probably one of the most productive ones I've been a part of. I would like to put a pin in, moving forward with the U.S. history and moving those points, and seeing where that can go, from a policy standpoint, or that sort of thing. I think kind of the path we've put out there is good, but it all hinges on if we can change, or if that sort of thing. But I do agree with the state superintendent is that U.S. history has to stay graduation requirements, and making sure that we don't push that to the side. It's still a viable course to be had.
Not a lot to say, but just we'll reflect on this point that it's been brought up today, how others are looking at the success that we are realizing in our state, and as we are on the cusp of the potential of either continuing or whatever it is going to happen with the decisions that we're considering. I'm reminded of the fact that it is even when we went through today just discussing whether we put it in assessment or achievement and all those kinds of things, how the impact of these decisions will be lasting, and it's for me it's a sobering thing. This is not just I'm not looking at it from a lens of how it's directly going to impact me and my situation, and so I'm always grateful to hear the conversations from everyone else and how this does impact what we do. So I think it was very productive today around just kind of drilling down to the thing that's been out there, and I'm glad to be able to see it happen. We saw a model that had no U.S. history points in it. I mean, that's just I'm glad of that. Not that it was the enemy, but we had a lot of issues and there's a lot of heartburn around that across the state. But to know that we'll really potentially be there and can repurpose those points in another place makes you feel like you're part of something that's really going to be impactful for many reasons. And so very great experience today, and just glad not to be late. On time. I pointed that out. Got it.
I'd just like to acknowledge how difficult of work that this really is, especially when you have different perspectives around the table. And I think it's really cool that we're in a place, even with all of those different perspectives, I feel like today we got to a place of everybody in this room through different perspectives can walk away proud of where we are. Whether it's growth in the lowest 25%, whether it's acceleration in college career readiness, that's just really encouraging. And then for us to be able to go out and tell this story to every other district in Mississippi, I think is a really powerful thing as well. So thankful to be a part of the group, because this is really hard work, and I feel really good about it.
Chris, thanks for facilitating again today. You made the conversations happen very easily and understandably, so I appreciate that as always. Paula, Allen, and guys do a great job involving the stakeholders in your state. This is absolutely not the norm in other states, so I value this opportunity to be here and talk about these important decisions like this. I'm really excited that you're maintaining a lot of the legacy system. I'm really excited that we're maintaining the focus on the lowest performing student growth. I really think that contributes a lot to your success in Mississippi. And keep up the good work, 'cause it's really easy to point to Mississippi and say, just look what they're doing. It's gonna make a difference. So thanks for having me again.
Well, it's exciting. I feel like it's really beginning to shape up, and I agree with Christy on the fact that we're keeping a lot of the legacy system intact. That's been a lot of our conversation that we've had with the House and the Senate about why would you disrupt something, a system that has served the state so well over the past years, but also recognizing that there was a desire to place some additional emphasis on the career readiness piece. So I'm excited, and thank you all. I know it's a lot to ask on a Friday for you to be in Jackson, so thank you.
Okay, I just really appreciate y'all's feedback. It's very valuable to the agency as we make these decisions, and it's important for other stakeholders to hear your opinions as well. I'm glad we had members from our legislature in here today to hear your thoughts and opinions on these important matters. There's a couple other things that I know that we'll probably need to talk about before we get to the point of doing standard setting, such as the EL progress measure that we've touched on before. We've already studied 3C growth in the past, so we probably need to roll that into, if we want to incorporate those changes before standard setting. So we'll probably need to bring that up as well. And then hopefully we can kind of land on something with this new readiness component. Thank y'all for your help.
Nothing to add. I said my piece today. Honored to work with such a great group, and I agree it's very productive, and I'm grateful to you all for being such great partners to work with. It's Friday afternoon. Let's call it a day. All right.